Hello, everyone. Sorry, I was having some technical difficulty, and I think we are live now, so we are good. If you guys can hear me and let me share my screen. So if you can hear the audio and also see my screen, can you guys just confirm? Then we'll start.
Yes, I hear you,
Okay, cool.
but I can't see your screen.
Can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah, I haven't. I'm going to share my screen next. I haven't shared my screen. Give me a second. Okay, perfect. Um, okay, just moving some things around here. All right. All right. So everyone let me share my screen. Um, oh, there's still more people here. So let me let everyone in. Okay. Screen one. So open the information that I emailed to you guys, right? Then from there, you can open today's agenda, which is here. So if you click that, you open it. That should open the agenda for today. Then also, yeah, for now, let's just do that. And also log into your AWS account.
Is it me or has it stopped?
Uh,
Stop.
yeah, no, you're
Okay.
fine. It's not you. Yeah, so I'm just giving everyone time to do that. So now in the meantime, I'm still kind of like setting up some stuff. And okay. So once you've once you've opened that, the next thing I want you guys to do, all right, let's start everyone. Uh yeah, thank you guys. Uh so someone is saying it unable to create load balancer. But when we get there, we'll see. But it shouldn't have any issue creating load balancer. All right. All right, let's start. The so once you open today's agenda, right? And also let's open the reference architecture. So the reference architecture, you guys will also find it in on that document. Uh, But I'm just going to open the one that I will use for example. Right. So this is the reference architecture for today's project. Today, we will be hosting a dynamic application on AWS, right? And it is pretty much a continuation of what we did last week. So last week we hosted a static website, and this week we are going to host a dynamic application, right? This dynamic application is going to pretty much use,
Aziz,
yes.
what is the difference between static and dynamic website? I searched it on Google and ChatGPT, but there is some confusion in my mind.
Okay, I will explain. I'll explain. So, um, so just like last week, you guys remember that it's only because so when I do the playback, so that way it will be easier for you guys to watch. So there will be like a time where once I'm done, you guys can ask questions when I'm going through each of the things, right? So if you have any question, just raise your hand. So the difference between a static and a dynamic application is when you talk about a static application, right? You only have a website. So last week when we hosted the application, you guys saw we only hosted an HTML website. And you can, so think of it like this. An HTML website is just a site. A static application would be a site you can use to not collect information, a site you can use to display information. So let's say you have a site for your food and it's just a simple HTML page, right? You can use it for people can click on it and view your site. The site does not collect any type of information from people that are coming to your site. It's just a site where you are using it to display information, right? But on the other hand, a dynamic application is an application that would take some type of information from the users and can store that information and use it in a way. For example, in this application, we have a database. Last week, we didn't have a database. So you guys know, for example, if you log into any site where you have a user account, maybe your bank or Facebook, your social media page, right? When you log into this page, you are entering your username and password. What is happening on the back end is there is a database that is storing your information. So when you create your account for the first time and you create your username and password, that information is stored in a database. Then the next time you go back to log into your account and you enter your username and password, that is how you retrieve the information for your specific account on that site. So that is the difference between a static and a dynamic application. A dynamic application would, just think of it this way, it would have a database, and the database will require that information for you to be able to log in your specific account. So that's the difference. So just think of it as a static application, any site that can just display a website is just a simple site. You don't need to log in to view the content of the site. Dynamic application, any site that you log into where you have to enter a username and password. It may not just be just the username and password, but I'm just using that because that's the simplest way I can explain it. Okay. So, yes, so this is the reference architecture we are going to use. And you guys can see that it is a continuation of what we did last week. Last week, we created a static website. We already built our VPC, and we created the public and private subnet. So this week, we will use the same VPC. And you guys can see the reference architecture is pretty much identical. The only difference is we are introducing a database in the database tier. And here we are using Secret Manager and AMI. And I also switched it up. For this project, we will be using the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint to connect to our EC2 instance. That way, you also learn how to set up the endpoint and how to use it to connect to your instances, instead of using the method we used last week, which is using SSH. So this is the reference architecture, right? And just a second. This is where we are. So you should have a VPC with public and private subnets. In our VPC, we already have an S3 bucket we created for our project last week. And we have the certificate we registered in Certificate Manager. Those are the things from that project 1 that we will use in project 2. So this is where you should be at this point to start this project. All right. So according to our agenda, right, we already talked about project 1, where we left off in project 1. Remember, because the NAT gateway costs money, we had to delete the NAT gateway. So the first thing we are going to do is recreate the NAT gateway to allow the private instances in our VPC to have access to the internet. So to create the NAT gateway, we'll go to the management console and we are going to type NAT gateway up here. If you type NAT gateway, it will bring it up, but not NAT gateway, I'm sorry. You type VPC. Type VPC in the search box and select VPC under services. Then on this page, we are going to first filter by our VPC. Select your dev VPC. Then here, we are going to look for NAT gateway and select NAT gateway. Then click create NAT gateway. We are going to give the NAT gateway a name. So remember, I have the naming convention here, file. Feel free to use that same naming convention, or you can come up with your own name. So the name of the NAT gateway is going to be dev NAT gateway AZ1. So I'm going to use the same name. And we are going to select the subnet that we will create it in. It will be the public subnet AZ1. So look for your dev public AZ1 subnet. Connectivity type is going to be public, and elastic IP allocation ID. We don't have an elastic IP because we deleted it last week. So we will allocate an elastic IP again. Click allocate elastic IP. And that's all we need to do. Scroll down and click create NAT gateway. So we have created the NAT gateway. Let's just give it some time for the state of the NAT gateway to change. Then we'll move on to the next thing we need to do. But in the meantime, if anyone has any question, feel free to ask your question.
I do have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. So when do you advise that we start applying for jobs, and then what kind of jobs can we start targeting at this point?
So you should apply for job you should apply for a job when you feel comfortable that you know what you are doing and you can work on things, all the things we are working on here. If you can work on it on your own without watching any videos with your notes and you feel very comfortable in your knowledge, you can apply for job. So applying for job for everyone is different. You don't apply for the job when you complete the project. Is specific to when you feel you are done, then you can apply for work. So that's what I would say with that. And you can apply to any type of cloud engineer job. So cloud engineer, DevOps engineer, those type of jobs you can apply to.
Okay, thank you. And are we not going to be required to know at least CloudFormation or Terraform?
Yes, you'll be required to know CloudFormation, Terraform, Ansible, all the things that we are going to learn. Yes, you have to know everything. That's what I said. You have to pretty much everything we are doing here. You must know everything in and out. Then you can apply for work after that.
Okay,
So
pretty much you probably have to be nearing the completion of the course.
excuse me.
Okay, I said pretty much we have to be nearing the completion of the course before one should start applying because we have not started covering those areas at the moment.
Yes. Yes. So yes, you have to know everything that I've laid out that we were supposed to do. That's it. But we can discuss that more after class. So anything, so right now, for the stuff we are doing, right? We just started the projects. We are on project 2. So I'm assuming I'm assuming that you guys are trying to get your knowledge and things like that, right? So all the stuff I laid out in the beginning of the class where I said this is what we will be building, those are all the things you have to know. Completing the project doesn't mean you know it. So just because you completed all the project don't mean you have to start applying for work. You apply for work when you feel like you are ready, when you feel like you know what you are doing, right? So, and that was a good question, but when in working on the project, if you guys have any type of work type of question, please save that until the end of until we are done with the project, because when people are watching the playback, I only want it to be question relating to what we are doing in terms of if you are running into any issues working on things we are working on. So, and if you guys are in the beginning stage where you don't know anything about Terraform, you don't know anything about CloudFormation, you don't feel comfortable working with those two, Ansible and things like that, don't think about applying for work now. The main thing you guys should be trying to do is get to the point with your skills where you are very, very comfortable. Once you are there, you will know. So it's not a specific time frame for everyone. People work at different time frame. All right. Mr. Emmanuel, I'll take a question from you real quick before we move on.
The NAT Gateway that we deleted last class, I recreated it when I was doing the assignment again, and I've not deleted it. Do I need to delete it now, or it
No,
can
sir.
still be used?
It's fine. You can still use it.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, no problem.
Quick question, Azeez, please.
Yes.
Can you bust me in on the other laptop? Because I'm trying to work with my 2 laptops.
Okay. Just a second. Okay. We've done so. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So we've created our NAT gateway, right? The next thing we need to do is update our route table so that we can use that NAT gateway to route traffic to the internet. So to do that, we can still filter by our VPC again, and let's go to route tables. So here we should find route tables if I can find it. I don't know. Here you go. Route tables. Then we are going to select our private route table from last week. And if we click on the route, you can see the route here is saying black hole. And that's what you will get every time you delete your NAT gateway. So that just means this is going nowhere, right? So all we want to do now is update this route table with the new NAT gateway we just created. So here, click Edit Routes, and everything is selected here on the NAT gateway. All you need to do is click this X to remove this NAT gateway, right? And select your NAT gateway. Then once you've selected, click Save Changes. And there you go. We've added the route to the route. We've updated the route for the route table and add the new NAT gateway. So anytime you guys need to step away, anytime you guys step away and you don't want to leave your NAT gateway running because that's how AWS will charge you. So delete the NAT gateway. And when you come back to continue your project, this is how you add your NAT gateway back. Does anyone have any question on that? Okay. Just a second. I'm trying to set some stuff here. So that way, if someone is trying to join, I'm not missing anything. Okay. All right. So the next thing we are going to do according to our agenda, we've created the NAT gateway is the security groups, right? The security groups we need for this project. And this is these are the security groups we are going to create. The way I want you guys to interpret this reference architecture is I want you to think about everything from the traffic flows from top to bottom. At least that's the best way you can interpret it. The traffic flows from top to bottom. We are going to create 5 security groups. These are the security groups that are based on the services we are going to use in this project, right? The first security group we are going to create here, and I've color coded the buttons which is corresponding with the traffic. So here, pretty much the service that will use it and the type of traffic it is. So when we look at 1, we are going to create the first security group for the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint, and it is going to have an SSH traffic. So this security group is what we will use to SSH into our servers. The second security group we are going to create is the security group we will attach to the application load balancer. Like we discussed last week, nothing has changed. It's still the same thing, right? When internet traffic is coming into our VPC, the traffic will be coming on HTTP and HTTPS, and the traffic will be hitting the application load balancer. So that is the security group we will add to the load balancer. We will open port 80 and port 443 from the internet. The third security group we are going to create is the security group we will add to the EC2 instance. This security group is going to allow HTTP and HTTPS traffic, the same traffic coming from the internet. It is going to allow those traffic, but only from the load balancer. Remember what we said last week? This is very important. When you guys are setting up any type of dynamic application, right? You'll see this a lot, right? You'll see this, where this is the type of setup they will have. When the traffic is coming from the internet on HTTP and HTTPS, it hits the load balancer. The load balancer takes the request, forwards it to the servers, right? The traffic is not going directly from the end users to the servers. There is someone, you can call this person like a mediator, right? Like a middle person, right? The traffic comes and hit the application load balancer, which is standing as the middleman, let's just call it that, right? And the application load balancer would now forward the request to the server on your behalf. The server will respond to the application load balancer, then the application load balancer will respond back to you. So when someone is trying to access our site, they are not sending their request directly to our server, which is why here we are still accepting traffic on port 80 and port 443, but only if it is coming from the load balancer. That is when you look at this arrow, right? The arrow is only going from the server to the load balancer, and I've color coded it in blue, right? On this server, we're also going to allow SSH traffic, and that SSH traffic is only going to be allowed from the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint. The fourth security group we are going to create, we are going to add that to this EC2 instance we call data migrate server. This is the EC2 instance we will use to migrate our SQL data into the RDS database. And this EC2 instance is just going to allow SSH traffic from the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint, because the only thing we need to do here is SSH into this EC2 instance, then we can run whatever commands we need to run to migrate our data. The last security group we will create, is the one we will add to the RDS. This security group will allow SQL traffic from the server, and it is also going to allow SQL traffic, and it is also going to allow SQL traffic from the EC2 that we will use to migrate our data. Here we have SQL traffic here because for our application, the type of application we are running uses a SQL database. So for your database, the type of traffic you will open for your database will be based on what type of database engine you are running. The database engine we are running for this project is a MySQL. That is why we are opening the SQL traffic here. Does that make sense? Does anyone have any question before we start creating the security groups? Okay, cool. So let's create the security groups. To create our security group, the first one we will create is the one for the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint. So in our VPC, let's scroll down here and select security groups. Then we will click create security group. The first security group is for the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint, and that security group, we'll call it DevNest EICSG. So I'm going to copy this name and I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to use the same name for the description. Then for the VPC, we'll select this drop down and select our VPC. Then we are going to add our rule. For the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint, you don't need an inbound rule. That is how it is designed by AWS. We don't need an inbound rule. The only thing we need to update is the outbound rule. So for the outbound rules, we are going to change this to SSH, then remove this 0.0 here, this internet traffic, remove it, and we will limit it to the CIDR block of our VPC. So to get the CIDR block of our VPC, you can right-click on your VPC here. So right-click here and click Open a New tab. Then go to that tab, select your VPCs. You should see your VPCs here, right? So if you are following along and you are using the same VPC, it is the one, our VPC CIDR is 10.0.0.0/16. So I'm just going to copy it. To copy it, you can't right click and copy it. So you have to select it and just click Ctrl+C. Or if you select the VPC, there should, under CIDRs here, you can see it here. You should be able to copy it here. So once you select your VPC, come to the CIDRs tab, you should see it here and you can copy it from there. Right. Once we copy it, we'll come back here to our outbound rules and paste it in here. Once you paste it, click out and you should see 10.0.0.0/16. Then scroll down and click Create Security Group. The second security group we are going to create is for the application load balancer, and we will allow HTTP and HTTPS traffic from the internet. So I'm going to get the name. It is DevNest ALBSG. Then here, I'm going to click Security Groups here. Then click Create Security Group. Paste the name here. And I'll use the same name for the description. I'm going to change my VPC. Once you've done that, we are going to add our rule. So click Add Rule. The first rule is going to be HTTP. So scroll down here, select HTTP. HTTP is always on port 80, and we will allow this traffic from the internet. So we'll click here and just select 0.0.0.0/0 here. Or you can select this drop down and select anywhere on IPv4. We will add another rule for HTTPS. Click Add Rule, then select this and look for HTTPS. Then for the source, we are going to select anywhere on IPv4. Once you've added that, scroll down. Outbound rules is going to be the same, and click Create Security Group. The next security group we will create is the security group for the EC2, the web servers. And for this security group, we are going to allow internet traffic only from the ALB. That is our internet traffic we were talking about here, port 80 and port 43. And we're also going to allow SSH from the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint. So I'm going to first copy the name. It's the DevNest Web SG. Click Security Groups here. Click Create Security Group and give it a name. I'll use the same name for the description. Then I'm going to select my VPC. We are going to add rule. The first rule we will add is on HTTP. And for the source, we are going to limit it to the application load balancer. So once you click in here, scroll down to the security group section. You should see your ALB security group, Nest ALBSG, select that one. We are going to add HTTPS. So look for HTTPS. And the source is going to be limited to the application load balancer. So select in here, scroll down, select your next ALBSG. Then click add rule again. The third rule we will add is for the SSH. So select this drop down and select SSH. And this will be limited to the EC2 instance connect endpoint. So scroll down to the security group section, select the dev nest EC2 instance connect endpoint. These are the 3 rules you need for the web server security group. Then scroll down. Outbound rules will be the same and click create security group. We are going to create the 4th security group. That is the security group we would use for the instance we will use to migrate our database. So we will use to migrate our data into the database. So let's copy the name here. Then in our VPC, select security groups here. Click create security group. Give it a name by pasting it here. I'll give it the same description. And I'm going to select here and select my VPC. Then for inbound rule, we are going to add a rule. It is going to be SSH. SSH is on port 22. And for the source, we are going to limit it to the EIC security group. So here, let's scroll down. Under the security group section, select your EIC SG. Then scroll down. Outbound rules is the same. And click create security group. We are going to create the last security group, which is the security group for the database. Let's copy the name here. And we are going to go into our VPC, select security groups here, click create security group, paste the name. I'll use the same name for the description. Select your VPC, add your rule, click add rule. Remember, we are opening this port is because we are opening ports here based on the application we are running. So since our database is MySQL, that is why we are opening the MySQL port. So here we want to look for MySQL. Select the MySQL and Aurora one. That is 3306. You should say 3306 here. Then for the source, we are going to limit it to the web server SG. Then we're going to add another rule. It is also going to be MySQL and Aurora. Then for the source here, we will limit it to the DMS SG, the database migrate server. Those are the only 2 ports we need to add. I'll give you guys a second. Once you've added those 2 ports, scroll down and click create security group. All right. We've created all the security groups we need for this project. If I show you guys here, these are the security groups. I'm going to filter by my VPC again. And these are the security groups here. Right. Does anyone have any question on the security group? If you guys don't understand the security group, all you have to do is look at the reference architecture. Sometimes it takes time to understand it. Just review the reference architecture multiple times, and eventually you will understand. Once you understand it, trust me, you pretty much understand security group pretty much forever, right? If it is complicated the first time, it should be, but you just have to spend a little bit more time on it. All right. Does anyone have any question?
Excuse me.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Why do we have a two default security group there?
The default one is, this is the one that AWS created when I created the VPC, right? And I'm not sure how this one popped up there too. So when you create a VPC, there's a default security group. But maybe when we create another service, maybe route table, if there's a default security group, I'm not sure why 2 is there. That's a good question. It's just I'm not sure why. Or you know why there are 2 default security groups here, right? Because I have 2 VPC in my account, right? The default security group you are seeing is for, if you see the VPC ID, let me do it like this. If you see the VPC ID, belongs in the current VPC I'm using, and this VPC is the default VPC, the VPC that comes with your AWS account. That is where the other default security group you are seeing is in. Even though I filter by my VPC, I'm not sure why AWS should just make it where it shouldn't show in my account. Well, okay, now it's not showing. So yeah.
Another question, please. Can we have can we have 2 VPC or more in the same subnet, in the same AZ, because when I wanted to do my assignment, I don't want to delete the previous PVC. I have to go to another zone, which I switched to US West instead of East. So can we have another VPC if I wanted to create, do my assignment instead of shifting to another zone? We have another VPC in the same AZ.
Yes, I understand your question. Yes. So VPC is, think about it, VPC works in the region, right? So yes, you can have as many VPC as you want. AWS probably has a limit, but you can have multiple VPC in the same region. So you don't have to switch to a different region. Just create your VPC and give it a different name and use a different CIDR block for it, and you'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So you guys can create another VPC. So this is an idea for you guys. Create another VPC, right? And for the name, just call it, you can add a prefix to the end, call it assignment, or you can call it dev assignment VPC. So that way you know that's the VPC you are using for your assignment. Yeah, but you can create multiple VPCs in the same region. Okay. All right, moving on.
Yeah.
Good. All right.
Azeez, hello?
Yes.
Yeah, just to be sure, for the dev DMS security group, we only had one inbound role, SSH, limited to the dev nest instance connect, right?
Yes. So we
And
only have one rule limited to the EC2 instance connect endpoint security group.
all right. And for the dev nest security group, we have 2 inbound rules to MySQL Aurora limited. The first one is limited to the dev nest web, and the second one to the instance connect endpoint.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, for the database,
Oh yeah,
which security group are you talking about? The database?
the DevNest database.
That one, you are limiting the traffic to your web server because
Okay,
that's what is going to access it.
exactly.
And you
Yes.
are also limiting the traffic to the database migrate server because
All
that
right.
is also what's going to access it. So your rule should be the web
And the
SG
DMS.
and the DMS SG. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
no problem. All right. So now that we've created our security group, the next thing we need to do is create our EC2 Instance Connect endpoint. So this is where we are now. We've created our NAT Gateway. Now we need to create the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint. We will create the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint in the private app subnet AZ2. So let's do that. In our VPC, on the left side here, look for endpoint. You will see it under private link, select it, endpoint, and click create endpoint. Give your endpoint a name. Here, I've given it a name here, which is the DevNest EIC. You can copy that and paste it here. Under the type, we are going to select EC2 Instance Connect endpoint. That is what we want to use. And let's scroll down. Under network settings, we are going to select our VPC. So select that drop down and select your VPC. And let's scroll down. Under security groups, we are going to select our security groups. And that brings me to the question where someone asked last week, and someone said, is it important, which one is better, to create your security groups beforehand or create it while you are creating the services? And I said, it's better to create it beforehand. This would be a good example of that. So you can see here for this EC2 Instance Connect endpoint, where we need to add a security group to it. You see for this service, at least as of now, AWS does not have an option to create your security group here. So you would have to create your security group beforehand and add it here. For me, I always recommend for any project you are working on, map out all the security groups you will need, create those security groups at the same time you are creating your VPC, then so that way you know you are done. So here, for the security groups, we are going to select the EC2 Instance Connect Endpoint Security Group. It is this Nest EICE SG. Then we'll scroll down. Under subnets, we'll select this drop down and we'll select our private app AZ2 subnet, dev private app AZ2. You can put it in any subnet, any of your private subnets you want. It doesn't have to be in the private app AZ2. It can be in the private app AZ1, private data. You can put it in any of the private subnets. Then we'll scroll down here. IP address type will be IPv4. The tag will be the default. And we are going to click create endpoint. We have successfully created, but the status of the endpoint is pending. So we'll give it some time for the endpoint to be available. Then we'll be able to use the endpoint. But it might take like a minute or two to create the endpoint. In the meantime, does anyone have any question before we move on to the next thing? Okay, cool.
Hello.
Yes. Go ahead.
So leaving the VPC plus subnets, route table, and internet gateway running won't cost anything.
No.
Okay.
The VPC, the AWS don't charge you for the VPC. The only resources here that AWS will charge you for, the only resources here that AWS will charge you for is the NAT Gateway and the Elastic IP, which is why we removed it last week at the end of the project. For those watching on YouTube, if you have any question, the only way, IJ Cloud, the only way you can, only place you can type the question is in the chats here. Then I'm looking at it from time to time. I will answer your any questions you have. But if you are referring to those that are asking me questions directly, those are the ones in the paid one, I guess the paid version of this cohort, and they are live with me on Zoom. So that's why they can ask me direct question. So David, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to thank you for clarifying that because, like I said, I've been in situations where we deployed infrastructures and we deployed these institutes and then attached the security groups, and something went wrong. We started reviewing the security group, and it just felt so messy. And I knew there should be a better way to sort this out. So this actually put it in perspective. I just wanted to thank you for that.
No problem. No problem. Okay, cool. All right. Next, we have created our EC2 Instance Connect endpoint. Next, we are going to upload. Next, we will upload our application code into the. I don't know why I can't talk today. Next, we will upload the application code into the S3 bucket we created last week. We still have the S3 bucket from the last project. We don't have to delete it. We can use the same bucket. For this project, I want you guys to use the same bucket because I don't want you guys having buckets all over the place. We will use the same bucket and we will upload our application code in that bucket. So to upload our application code on the agenda, on the information file, if you guys don't have access to this file, let me just paste it here for you guys. I'll paste it here for those that don't have access to it. And does everyone here has access to this file, right? Can I send it to you guys in an email?
Yes, we have access to the
Okay,
files.
cool. So here we are going to go to our project asset, download the project asset. So if you click here, you click download, it should just automatically download it. Here you can see it is downloading the file. And this, I'll probably give you guys a minute because I depend on everyone's internet speed. I want everyone to download the file. If yours is still downloading, let me know and I'll give you more time. All right. You can see that I successfully download the file. I'm going to go to the folder, which it is going to be in your downloads folder on your computer. In your downloads folder, once you see there, it should be project 2 assets. You are going to right click on it and click extract all and extract. So what that would do is it would unzip it. If I close this, you can see in my downloads, I've unzip it. You can see the unzipped version here. This is the one zip version I downloaded, the one I just unzipped. So once you unzip it, go to the unzip version of it. So you have to click twice to get to this page where you will see all the project assets. So once you are here, we are going to go to S3. Let me refresh here. Make sure the endpoint status is available. It is available. Then in the search box, type S3. And select S3 under services. On the S3 page, we are going to look for our bucket. I think my bucket, we called it mine is dev AOS Node apps web file. So whatever name you gave your bucket, look for your bucket, and we will upload our files here. So once you open your bucket like this, bring that folder again for your downloads folder, bring it up here like this. So the files that we are going to upload is, we are going to upload 3 files. The file is the nest zip that contains our application code. The nest app service provider file, this is a file that allows us to change the behavior of our site when we start redirecting HTTP traffic to HTTPS. So that's what this file does. And the next file is the V1 nest. This is the SQL file we will migrate into our RDS database. So you can select all 3 by holding the Control key on your keyboard. If you are using Windows, hold the Control key. If you are using Mac, hold the Command key. Then once you have all 3 files highlighted like that, you can drag it, click and hold, then drag it here. Once you see that highlight, drop it there. And if you are struggling with that, just drag it one by one. Drag it one by one. But if you drag it one by one, if you drag it one by one, I'm not sure if it will stay in the preview or you would have to upload it, then drag it again. But basically all you want is you want these 3 files in your S3 bucket. Then once you drag it and drop it here, scroll down and click upload. It is uploading it now. It will probably take some time to upload it because the application code is slightly big. You can see here it has uploaded the 2 files. Now it is uploading the zip file for our application code. We'll just give it some time. In the meantime, I'll take any questions anyone has. Okay, cool. It has successfully uploaded the file, and I'll give, does anyone need more time to upload their code?
Yes, I need more time, Azeez.
Okay. All right. In the meantime, if anyone has any question, you can feel free to answer. Hello,
I was gonna ask about the resources, like when you deploy a complete 3-tier web application within the AWS. I remember back in the day you would start deleting some of the resources just so you don't get charged. But I just want to be clear on that, what you just said a couple of minutes ago.
yes.
That you only get charged now for the NAT Gateway and Elastic IP.
Just for our VPC, the resources in our VPC, that the VPC resource, not the resource for the entire project.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, someone was just asking me about the VPC. So that's why I'm saying, someone's asked me, the question was, do we leave our VPC? AWS don't charge us for the VPC. And I said, the only VPC resource, because remember, NAT Gateway and Elastic IP is a VPC resource, right?
Right.
The only feature in the VPC that AWS will charge you for is the NAT Gateway and the Elastic IP that we are using in the project. That's why I said delete those 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
No problem. Okay. Is everyone good? Everyone uploaded their application code. Remember, when you upload your code, these are the 3 things you should upload into your S3 bucket. So I'm going to click close here, and you can see in my S3 bucket, I have the nest zip. You should have the nest app server provider.php, and you should have the v1 nest SQL. So let's even talk about this. So at your company, whatever application they want you to deploy, there'll most likely be software engineers that are writing the code for the application. Once they are done, they'll give you the application code, right? You take the application code, you deploy it. The method we are using in this project to deploy the application code to our server is we are using S3 bucket to store the application code. Then we'll deploy from there. So that's why we took the application code that was given to us, we upload it into an S3 bucket. Okay, so for the last project, you couldn't continue with Route 53. That is fine. I did mention in the beginning of the project that for those of you that can't get the Route 53 for that project, it is fine. You can just watch how the process of adding your Route 53, of registering for a Route 53 domain name, and how you can direct your internet, your traffic to the load balancer using the domain name. So you can just watch that process and understand the process. So that's the only thing we did with the Route 53, and it is fine if you don't have a domain name. It is fine. But for today's class, you would have to have a domain name. But if you don't have a domain name, I can still show you how you can complete the project and how you can still see your site, but you will need a domain name at the end of the day. When we get to that point, I will point those things out. The other alternative is there are other places where you can get free domain, and I can do a research on it for you guys. There are places where you can get free domain, then you can move, transfer that domain into your Route 53 in AWS, so you can use it in AWS. So there's probably like documentation online on how to do that. So that's the only other alternative. AWS does allow you to transfer domain from outside, but wherever you are getting your domain from, make sure it is supported in AWS to transfer your domain name from there. All right. Next thing we are going to do after we upload our application code is we are going to create an IAM role. We will create a custom IAM role and IAM policy. So the IAM role is going to allow our servers to download the application code from S3, and it is also going to allow our server to retrieve our RDS credentials from Secrets Manager. So one thing I did in this project is we are going to use Secret Manager to store our RDS credentials instead of just storing them plain. So I'll show you guys how to store it in Secret Manager and how to safely retrieve your RDS credentials from Secret Manager without exposing it. So the next thing we are going to do is create the role and the policy that will allow us to do that. So let's go in the management console here. And for the search, we are going to type IAM and select IAM under services. Then here we are going to click roles. But before we click the roles in IAM, we'll click policies first because we will create the policy first. It is going to be a custom policy. So click policies, then click create policy. The first service we are going to select under select a service is we are going to select S3. So here, type S3. You should see S3 here, select it, right? So for S3, these are all the permissions that exist under S3. So AWS has grouped them here under access level. So you see if you click list, these are all the policies that are under list. And if you click read, these are all the permissions that are under read. So There's different things here, right? The ones we need, I've added into the document. For S3, we need S3 get object and S3 list. S3 get object and S3 list bucket. So here, we just need to come here and we need to find the one that has those permission. So you can see under list, we can see list bucket here. So we will check that by just clicking that box. So let me go back to that again. List bucket and get object. So you can see under list, that's where you will find the list bucket. So list bucket means that you can, the permission will allow your EC2 to see all the buckets, see the buckets that are in your account. So this is what list bucket it does. Then the next one is get objects. So the get objects will probably be under read. So let's go to read. And here, this should be in alphabetical order. So we want to look for get objects. If I can find it right here, get object is on the second column. Second row, I mean, get objects. So remember, this is what you need. Get object, list bucket. So get object is here. We select list bucket there and get object. So those are the two we need. And we are just going to scroll down here. And under resources, you can select this drop down. When you select the list and get object, right? It is telling you here under resources that which buckets in your account do you want to limit it to? For best practice, it is always good to limit it to a specific bucket in your account. So whatever bucket you're trying to limit that service to, you will enter the ARN of that bucket here. You can see under bucket, you can enter ARN. You can even limit it to specific item in the bucket. That is what you use this object for. But for this project, we won't limit it to anything because I want you guys to still be able to use this same role for any bucket you create in your account. So we'll just leave it on. Under resource, we will select all. So that means that this policy will apply to all the buckets in our account and all the objects in those buckets. But remember, if you want to limit it to specific things in your account, this is where you do it under specific. So next, we are going to click add more permission because we need to add the other one for secrets manager. Then here under select a service, type secrets manager here and select secrets manager. Once you select secrets manager, scroll down. The permission we need for secrets manager is get secret value and describe secret. So let's look under list. It is not there. We'll look under read. The describe secret is here under read and get secret value is also there. So those are the only two permission we need for secrets manager, describe secrets and get secrets value. And you'll find that under read. Then scroll down here. Again, if you want to limit it to specific secrets in your account, that's where you will use specific here and you will enter the name of the secrets you are trying to limit it to. But for this project, let's just use all. So that way you guys can use it for anytime you create secrets in your account, right? And those are the permission we need. Remember, for secrets manager, it is describe secret, get secret. For S3, it is get object and list bucket. Once you've selected them, scroll down and click next. Here, we'll give it a name. So let's use the same name from here. It is the one I called IAM policy. No, it is the one that I called IAM policy secrets manager dev policy S3 secrets manager. Copy that. And I'll paste it for the name. We are not going to enter any description. And here you should see for S3 and secrets manager, you should have something like this. Then click create policy. We have successfully created the policy. You can view the policy by clicking here, and you see it here. It's pretty much the same thing. If you want to see the JSON, what the JSON looks like, if you click the JSON here, your policy should look like this. So you should have this: get S3 get object, secrets manager, get secret value, describe secret, and list S3 list bucket. And under the resource, this wildcard means you are or it applies to all resources. All right, once we have created the policy, now we will create the IAM role. So select roles and click create role. For the entity, under use case, it is going to be an EC2. It is an EC2 that will use the role. Then scroll down, click next. Then under permissions, we are going to add our policy to this row. So paste the name of your policy that you just created. It is the dev policy S3 secrets manager. Once you see it here, check this box to select it. Then click next. Under role name, we are going to give it a name, and we can call it dev role S3 secret manager. Copy it and let's paste it here. So once you enter the name, scroll down. This is what it should look like. Scroll down. And the permission is the policy we created previously. And once you see verify everything, click create role. We have successfully created the role. We can view the role here. The role is this, and the policy that is attached to it is the secrets manager policy, and this is what is in the policy. Does anyone have any question before we move on? Okay, cool. All right. Next, once we've created the role, the next thing we are going to create is the RDS. So from our reference architecture standpoint, we created the role. Next, we are going to create an RDS database. So let me explain this RDS database. You guys can see in our reference architecture that there is a standby database here. But when we are creating the actual RDS, I don't have it here. The reason why is because I don't want you guys to get charged. I don't want you guys to get charged for creating multiple database, right? So we don't need the standby. The standby just means like when you are working at work in a production environment, you guys will have a standby database, meaning that as people are coming to your website and the database is collecting their information, the information is being stored in another database that is in a different availability zone. The database is not being used. It is just called, it's pretty much creating a copy of your current database and storing it in a different availability zone, just in case if something happens to this database here, your main database, you can now use your standby database to restore that data. When you are working on in a production environment, a dynamic application, and you are serving customers, right? Your database is one of the most important tools any company has. If any company lose their database, it's pretty much that company is pretty much done, because the database will contain all your users' information, how they can log into their accounts, and pretty much that's how you do business with them. So imagine your database for your bank now. Like your information is stored in the database. The database is calculating how much you have in your bank account, what you spent yesterday, all the transactions you have. Imagine if that database got wiped out, right? Now the bank don't know what your balance is. They don't know how much you've spent and things like that, right? So that's why the database is extremely important to companies, which is why companies don't play around with their database. They would store a copy of their database, not just in one availability zone, the way I'm showing you in the reference architecture, but redundantly. They have strategies of always backing up their database, just in case if the database goes down, they have other places where they have the copy of their database that they can use to spin it up, right? So database is very important when it comes to in any job you do. So that's the type of mindset you should have when you are dealing with database. So, but here, we are not going to create the standby. We're only going to create the main database. But you guys know in the production, you have a standby here in the second availability zone. Right. So to create our database, the first thing we have to do is create a subnet group. So in the search box, let's type RDS here and select RDS under services. And here we are going to select subnet groups, then click create database subnet group. We'll give it a name. So the name is, we can use DevNest subnet group. So paste the name here, and you can use the same name for the description. Then select the VPC, which is your dev VPC, right? And add subnet. So the purpose of the subnet group is this. The purpose of the subnet group is this purple thing you guys see me draw here. The subnet group just allows you to select the subnets in your VPC that you want to launch your database in. So when you select the subnet group, when we are creating RDS, right? We've selected these two subnets. So if I create my RDS here and I select the option to create a standby, it will automatically create the standby in the second availability zone. If I create my main RDS in the second availability zone, it will automatically create my standby in the first one. So the subnet just allows you to tell the service that these are the subnets in my VPC that are going to be allocated to the database. So that's what the subnet group does. So we've selected our VPC, then under availability zones, remember in our VPC, my availability zone is US East 1A and US East 1B. Whatever availability zone you are using in your VPC that you selected last week, that's what you should pick here. Then once you select your availability zone, you can see the subnet here. We'll select this drop down. In my US East 1A, these are the subnets I have there. So I'm going to select my private data subnet AZ2 here and my private data subnet AZ1 here. So make sure you select your database subnet, then click out, and you should have that private data AZ1, private data AZ2. And scroll down. You can also see it here. Then click create. So we've selected our subnet group. We've created our subnet group. Next thing we'll do is create our database. So select databases here and click create database. It is going to be standard create, and the database for our application is MySQL. So we'll select MySQL and scroll down. We are going to leave it on MySQL community. Scroll down. We'll leave this as default. Under the engine version, anytime you are creating your database, right? I mean, for this project, select the latest one. So these are the different softwares. Think of it like you guys have iPhone or any your phone. Like there's always software updates. It's the same way with the database engine. The companies, MySQL, always release new updates, right? So all these versions you are seeing here are the updates. The last one is the latest one. So select the latest one. Then we are going to scroll down. Under templates, you can see based on whatever template we select, we can get this or that, right? This is what I was telling you guys about. You see how where there's the primary database here and there's like multiple standbys, or you can have how our reference architecture look, one primary, one standby, or this, right? You can see here for a production environment, this is what companies would do. They will store it in multiple places all over the place, right? But for our practice, we just want to use free. So select free here. Free, when you are using free here, only limits you to the primary database, which is fine. So here, that's why you see only the primary is available. But let's say you want to create a standby, you will be using either dev or production. So select free tier, and that will limit you to the primary. Then let's scroll down here. Under DB instance identifier, here we are going to call it dev-nest DB. So I'm going to paste it here. Dev-nest DB. And under credential settings, right? Normally, we always create our own credentials, username and password for the RDS. But moving forward, I want you guys to use this feature that AWS just added, which is manage with AWS Secret Manager. So here, the only reason why it's giving me error because I have a space there. So if you have a space here in yours, just remove the space and it should work. So for the credentials, we are going to manage it with Secret Manager. That means that Secret Manager would automatically create the secret for the Secret Manager will automatically create the username and password for the RDS and will store it safely for us in Secret Manager. So once you select that, let's scroll down, leave this as default. Under instance configuration, we are going to select our instance type here. So you can check this, include previous generation class, and select this drop down and select DB-T3 micro. That's the lowest one you can find. So select the DB-T3 micro. So once you select that, scroll down. Under storage, we will leave it as default. Under connectivity here, don't connect to an EC2 instance, IPv4, leave those as default. Under VPC, select this drop down and make sure you select your dev VPC. Once you select your VPC, scroll down. You can see the subnet group we created is automatically selected here. If you don't see it in yours, just click this drop down and select it. And let's say you don't create a subnet group, AWS automatically creates one for you. Then scroll down. We will leave all this, we'll leave the public access as no. VPC security group, we are going to choose an existing security group. Remove the default here, select this drop down and select your DB SG. So it will be the dev nest DB SG. Once you select it, click out. You can see it here, dev nest DB SG. Scroll down, availability zone. This is the availability zone you want to create your primary database. Remember what I said? If I pick availability zone B and I was to create a standby, it will create a standby in A. So, but following our reference architecture, we are creating it in the first availability zone, which is US East 1A for me. So I'll select that. For certificate authority, we'll leave that as default. And tags, we will leave that as default. DB authentication, we'll leave that as default. Monitoring, we'll leave it as default. Let's scroll down here. So when you get to this additional configuration, select this drop down. This is very important. Under this additional configuration, this is where we are going to create the initial database in our RDS. Remember, the RDS, AWS is a managed AWS service, right? Think of it as like an EC2 instance, but you don't see it is AWS that's managing it, right? But once you have that EC2 instance, you need to now create the database on it, right? That's what this additional configuration is doing. So this is very important. Anytime you are launching a new RDS, you want to say, okay, for my database, for my application, this is what I want to call it. So that's what this is. So for that, you can call it application DB. That is what I named here on that initial database name, application DB. So copy that and paste it here. Or you can type it application DB. Once you've given it the initial database name, scroll down. All these settings, we can leave them as default. So scroll all the way down and click Create Database. So we are creating the database. I'm going to close this. And we'll give it some time for the database to be available. Then we would move on to the next step, which is migrating our data into the RDS database. But in the meantime, also once it is available, I'll show you the secrets in Secret Manager. In the meantime, does anyone have any question? We're at the question point.
Yes, as is the documentation for this second project. I don't think I got that email from you. I got the first one.
I pretty much used the same thing as last week. I'm not sure. So let me
Because
just.
this one says project 2. The one I have is project 1.
Yeah, I sent an email to you guys.
Let me double check.
Yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah, I did not get anything from you.
Okay.
Because I'm checking my email, I'm only seeing like the project 1.
Okay. I
Mhm.
will paste the link to it here in the chat. So
Okay.
Yeah, so you can use that for now. I'll check my email again when I'm done. But I think you should. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
I used the same distro as last time. Yeah, sure. You're welcome.
Well, sorry, quick question.
Sure.
So it's because we enable a backup while creating the RDS in the first availability zone. That is why a backup will be created in the second availability zone, which is 1B. Is that the way it works?
Yes. So if you add the option to create a backup, right? If you add that option to create a standby, then yes, you would.
Because I saw that
A standby will be automatically created in the second availability zone.
Okay, I saw that it was enabled while you were creating it now.
Where? Which one?
Before you created the DevNest database, I saw there was a place it shows something enable, backup enable, something like that.
Yes, so there's an option there. That's where you would check it if you want to create a standby. Yeah. So it's just it's just a thing. Once you check it, AWS does all the work on the back end. So it's not anything you have to set up.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah. All right. RDS does take time to create. So we would come back to the RDS once it is done. Or does anyone have any question? Cool. Thank you, Chaga. I appreciate it. Yeah, you guys, please, I'll appreciate it if you like and share it. That's probably like one thing.
Sorry, can I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
For the domain, right? I purchased domain. However, the certification is pending for validation. Does AWS take a long time to validate? Like it's been like 3 days now?
No, they shouldn't. Right?
They shouldn't, right?
Did you select your validate in Route 53 and you now went to that thing to click the create the record set in Route 53? Did you do that?
I think I did that. Now I had the domain previously. It's not a new domain that I purchased. Do you think it could be because of that? I didn't set up the domain previously. Like I didn't have certificate previously, but I had the domain.
Okay.
So
no, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I think I followed the steps you did on last Saturday, and but still saying pending for validation. It was issued. It says it was already issued because I had the domain before, but the certificate manager still says pending validation. I can see the CNAME and the NOA. It's there.
It's there in your Route 53.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah. So I have the A record, the CNAME, the NOA, all 4 of them. I have all of them.
Okay.
But it stays pending validation, so I couldn't complete. Can I proceed with the project? Or I tried to do it, but I wasn't able to.
Yeah, you can still complete it because that's a small part of the project, right? So you can just get an understanding how that part works. So you can still complete the project with that. It's not going to be an issue, right? But just understand how that part works, right? So
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then we can maybe, I think we're making good time today. After class, if it's still the same issue, I can help you look at it. I think we should be done. We should be done. We're making good time today. So, but we'll see if we have enough time at the end of the class. I'll help you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Bye.
Bye. Ahmed, you said you have a question on how AWS credits account. I'm not sure what that means. Like you mean how you have a AWS credit that you are using? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Okay. So let me refresh here. The RDS is still not available, right? Because it does take time to create the RDS. Okay, it is available now, right? So now that the RDS is available, if you click connection details, we don't even have to click the connection details because I don't want you guys to get used to clicking it from here. So I'm just going to close this. So if you select your RDS, right? Connection, how your application will connect to the RDS. Usually your application will need 3 things. Your application will need the RDS endpoint, which you will find under connectivity and security. Your application will need your RDS username and password, which you will find under configuration. So you can see master username here, but the password will not be shown in the console because that is a secret. So the password will be shown wherever you store it. Since we are storing it in Secret Manager, so let's right click here and open a new AWS tab. And we would now go to Secrets Manager here. So type secrets. Secrets Manager. And say Secret Manager here. You can see in Secret Manager, you will see a secret name here with this. It says secret associated with the primary RDS DB instance, and it's showing you the RDS DB here. So let's say you have multiple of them here. You can see the DB name, DevNest DB. So I know this is the secrets that they are storing from me. So if you click this secrets name, it will bring you into the secrets, right? If you now come under here where it says secret value and you click retrieve secret value, there you will see the username for your RDS database and the password. That's where you find it. You can just keep that on the side. We are going to need it in the next thing. Yeah. So this is where you get your information from. All right. So next, the next thing we are going to do is we have our RDS. Now from this RDS, we need to do this last part. We need to migrate our data into RDS database, right? Because when AWS when you create an RDS database, right? AWS does not know what type of application you are trying to run. And the RDS they give you is just a plain RDS. The software engineer that created the application code, because it's a dynamic application, we also need to upload the SQL file that comes with that application into our RDS. So when we finally configure our website, everything is up and running, right? Without our RDS having those information for the database, our site is not going to work. So what we are doing now, what we are going to do next from a reference architecture standpoint is we are going to launch an EC2 instance here. Then we will use that EC2, we would SSH into that EC2 instance using our endpoint. Then we will run our command to migrate our SQL file into the RDS. So that's what we are doing next. I'm going to clear our drawing and remove. Okay. So next, let's launch our EC2 instance. So here we will type EC2. We have that open. So don't close it because you still need to come back to this page. So just open a new tab and type EC2. Select EC2 under services. And select launch instance. Give it a name. We are going to call it dev db migrate instance. Once you've given it a name, scroll down. Under application and OS images, it will be Amazon Linux, and it will be Amazon Linux 2023. The description, we will leave it as default. Under instance type, it is going to be T2 micro. And for the key pair, we are going to select proceed without a key pair because we will use the endpoint to connect to it. Then we are going to scroll down. Under network settings, click edit, and we'll select our VPC, which is the dev VPC. For the subnet, we are going to select the private app EZ2. You can select any of your private subnets. Just for the reference architecture purpose, I'm using the private app EZ2. So select that. And for the security group, we would select an existing security group. And here, we are going to select our DMS security group because that is the security group we will use for the data migrate server. Select the DMS security group. Then scroll down. Under configuration here, configure storage, we'll leave that as default. And under advanced details, don't forget to add your IAM role. So select this drop down under instance profile and select the dev role S3 secret manager. Make sure you add that. That is very important. Once you add it, that's all we need to do. Click launch instance. And as now, did I close it? I think I closed it. It has now launched the EC2 instance. This is what we just did. So next, we will SSH into it and migrate our data using the command. So using the EC2 instance connect endpoint. So once you launch your EC2 instance, you can scroll down here and click view all instances, and it will bring you to this page. All right. To migrate our data, right, we need to run the command. And to run the command on the EC2 instance, we have to SSH into it using the EC2 instance connect endpoint. So there are several ways. There are two ways you can SSH into your servers using the EC2 instance connect endpoint. I'll show you both. The first way is you can use the management console. So once you launch an EC2 instance, you can select the instance here. Once you select the instance, you are going to click connect. Then once you click connect, you are going to select connect using private IP. Then here, it should automatically pick up your endpoint. You can see it has picked up my EC2 instance connect endpoint. It should automatically pick up the username of your EC2 instance, which is EC2-user, and the tunnel duration. This is just default, but it will automatically pick up those information. So all you need to do is click connect. And there you go. We have successfully connected into the EC2 using the EC2 instance connect endpoint. So that is one of the ways you can connect to it. You can also connect to it using AWS CLI. We will cover AWS CLI in details later on because AWS CLI is more on the automation side. We would cover it more in details, but the simple way to explain AWS CLI is, you guys see how for everything we've been doing, we log into the management console to do it, right? We log into the management console to create our EC2 instance, IAM role, VPC, and so on. All the services you can create in AWS, logging into the management console to create. Any service you can log into the management console to create. AWS also has a command. It's like one command that you can run that can create those services too. So AWS has a command that you can run that can create EC2. AWS has a command you can run that can create S3. AWS has a command that you can run that can create VPC and so on, right? Those commands are called CLI command, right? So that's the simple way to explain what AWS CLI is. We will cover it more when we get to like our Terraform project. So in order to run AWS CLI command on your computer, there are things you have to set up on your computer. Since this is not more, we are not, how do I want to say this? This is not more of like an automation part of the project. So that's why I don't want to introduce you guys to AWS CLI yet, but I just kind of want to explain it that the same way we are connecting to this EC2 instance using the management console, we can connect it to it from our computer using AWS CLI. So you also have to have AWS CLI installed and configured on your computer, right? So I'm kind of leaning towards skipping that part for now, then we can visit it some other time when we get to the CLI part. What do you guys think? If you guys want me to show you guys how to, do the AWS CLI part, I can show you. But since it's more of like on the advanced side, I figure we can connect. All we need to do here is connect to our server, configure what we need to configure, right? So this will get the job done. Okay. All right. If anyone is opposed to it, let me know. But this is how we would SSH into our EC2 instance and configure our site. Next, we would, another time, I'll show you guys how to set up AWS CLI properly. And that will be when we start the Terraform project, or even when we start the, let me look at the time. We have 2 hours. I think we have time, but I just don't want to confuse you guys. Yeah, let's just do it some other time. So yeah, okay, wait for the automation. Okay, cool. When we get there, I'll show you guys. But for now, we are just trying to configure our site, right? The thing is we want to SSH into our EC2 instance, which we've done, right? So now let's, we've SSH into the EC2 instance. The next thing I want you guys to open is in your project asset, there is this db migrate script. Open it. So I'm going to open this with, I'm going to open it here. All right. So this is the script we will use to migrate our data into the database, right? Don't freak out. It is not really, it's not complicated at all, right? And how do you get this information, right? You get the information from the tool we are going to use to migrate our data into the RDS database is called Flyway. It's just a third-party tool. And how you get the information on how to migrate your data is in the Flyway documentation. So on their website, they have the documentation. In there, it explains the step how to migrate your data, things you have to set up, right? So I've set up those things here. Those are the notes you are seeing, these notes you are seeing here in this script. And I'll just explain what everything is, right? So here, the first thing we need to do is, on this script, you don't need to change anything here. The reason why I had this environment variable is, in the past, when I used to have you guys change stuff here, people sometimes accidentally delete stuff in the command and the command would not work properly. So in the command, you are not changing anything here. The only place you'll be changing stuff, you'll be adding your value is up here in the environment variable, right? So this means that here, we are going to set our environment variable for the things that are dynamic. So here, we will add the URI of our S3 bucket, right? We will add our RDS endpoint. We will add the Flyway version we want to install. We'll add our RDS database name, secret name, and the region, so on. So once we add that, we will verify that those values are there. Then this is a AWS CLI command. This is an AWS CLI command that you use to retrieve the value of a secret in Secret Manager. Remember when I said anything you can do in AWS Management Console, you can do it with a CLI command. So this is a CLI command. Secrets Manager get secret value is a CLI command that allows you to get the secrets, the value of a secret in Secret Manager. And here is when we get the secret, Remember the secrets in my management console, right? Remember the secret here is stored as username, the secret key, and password, right? So what this script is doing is it is storing username as RDS DB username and RDS DB password as password. So we are just taking the values of something and we are storing it as an environment variable. So when we now run our command to migrate the data, it is using those environment variable instead of, I don't want you guys changing things here because people can accidentally make mistake. And also when you guys create script at your company, this is a proper clean way to create script. So we'll cover these things one by one. So I just kind of want to point that out, right? So again, I told you guys, it is not, you don't have to memorize how to create a script, right? Looking at this, I came up with the script based on the research I did. And the research I did is what led to this script. So basically, when it comes to creating a script, this is the knowledge you need. You don't need to know what this is. This I most likely ask ChatGPT or Claude, right? But the overall thing you want to know is the overall knowledge, how to define environment variables, right? So if you know that's one of the things you want to do, you just ask ChatGPT, how do I define environment variables on an EC2 instance? It will show you an example and you just follow it, right? Then how to verify environment variables, right? How to retrieve RDS database secrets from AWS Secrets Manager. Those are the high-level knowledge of things you want to know. If you know that's what you are trying to do in your deployment process, you will find the commands for it. Okay, so first, let's set our environment variables. So here, the S3 URI will be the URI of your S3, your SQL file in S3. So let me show you. So what I want you to do is go to S3. So here I'm going to right click, go to S3, and look for your bucket. My bucket is this one, application code web files. So in that bucket, you are going to select the V1, the V1 Nest SQL. Once you select it, you'll see the URI here, S3 URI. So you just click this box to copy it. Then you come here. Make sure you paste it in the quote. So replace this, paste your URI there. That's all you need to do for that one. Then we are going to do the same thing for the endpoint. So come back to your management console, go to the RDS. Once you select your RDS, remember once you go to, let's say you've lost the page, type RDS here, select RDS. Once you are on RDS, select dashboard. Once you are on dashboard, select DB instances. You'll see your RDS here, select it, and that will bring you here. In your RDS, you need to be on connectivity and security. So when you select connectivity and security, you see your endpoint here. Click this box to copy it. Then come back to your script, paste it here. Right. The next thing we are going to do is update the Flyway version. And in the document that I gave you guys, I've linked to the Flyway documentation. This is also the documentation to the Flyway CLI. So which is also just similar to AWS CLI, is a Flyway CLI, which allows you to run some commands to do certain things with Flyway, right? So this is the Flyway documentation. If you click here, it should take you to the documentation, right? So you can see here, Flyway command line, download and install Flyway. You can install it on a Windows computer, Mac computer, and Linux. Our EC2 instance is a Linux server. This is the command. This command, take note of this command, and I'll show you where you see it. This command is what you will see in our command. So here you can see the version of Flyway that is here is version 16.0. 11, 16.0. So you can copy that. But I just ran it a couple of days ago. This must be new. The one that I have there would also work, the 15. But let's just use the latest one they have is 11, 16.0. So copy that and paste it here. The 15 will also work, but I'll just use the latest one. And you guys note where I copied that command from. This whole thing to download CLI on our server, because in order to use Flyway to migrate our data, we have to install Flyway on our server. This is the command to install it. Remember what I'm saying, as a cloud engineer, most of your thing will be research. Anything you need to do, the documentation of what you are trying to use will show you how to do it. So you can see they've given me the command here. And the command is what I copy paste directly into my code. You can see this is the same command here. I only just kind of did add my own twist to it. I made the Flyway version as an environment variable so I can automatically change it in the future when the version change. You can see when I was running it, it was on version 15. Now it has changed to 16. So that's why I did it that way. So once you upload this, the next one is the database name, and you will find that in your RDS. So if you go to your RDS database, under configuration, scroll down here, you will see it under DB name. So copy it from here and paste it here. The next is secrets name, right? That will be your secrets in secret manager, the name of your secrets in secret manager. So we are going to go to the console. This is our secrets in secret manager. Remember, if you don't know how to get there, in your search box, type secrets manager and go to the secret manager service. In your secrets manager service, this is where I am, secrets, right? You see your secrets here, select the secrets name, that will bring you here. Under overview, if you click review secret, under overview, if you click retrieve secret value, this is where you will see the secrets here. But for your secret, you only just need the secrets name. So which is here, copy the secrets name and replace this with your secret name. And the region would be the region your secret is in, which is the region you are using for this project. You can see here, I'm using US East 1, and that is what you are seeing here. So once you update those values, save it. Does anyone have any question before we proceed to running this command? The rest of the command I will explain as we run it, but if anyone have any question, feel free to ask. Okay. So next, I'm just going to go to my EC2 that we logged in. Let me try to dock it side by side. If that don't work, I'll just run it one at a time. So let's try this. Okay, that should work. Okay. So the first thing we are going to do is we are going to run the environment variables to set these variables on our EC2 instance. So that means for any other command that we run after this, If we reference S3 URI, it will be this value. If we reference RDS endpoint, it will be this value. So make sure you copy everything. Once you copy it, I mean, you can copy that. Even if you copy this, it won't throw an error because that's a comment. So copy in, for those that don't know, anytime you write a script, anything you want to add as a note that you don't want the prompt to run, you put the hashtag on it. If you put the hashtag before it, it means it will ignore it. So even though I can copy this like this, copy everything, and in your EC2, paste it there. So all I did is right click to paste it, and I press enter. Once you run it, you shouldn't get any error, right? So that means that is successfully run. So this next command is to verify that we have those environment variable in our EC2. So copy this and paste it here. Press enter. And you can see here, after we run it, S3 URI, it is showing us the value. RDS endpoint, it is showing us the value, and so on. So this next command is just to verify. So after you've run that first one, run the second one, verify that you can see the proper values there. If you don't see it, that means your first command that you ran here wasn't successful. So you need to first run that, then verify. So once that's done, I'm going to clear the screen. Then we are going to run the third command here. This is just, this JQ allows you to pass a JSON. It allows you to pretty much edit a JSON file, or for better word, editing a JSON file, because when you retrieve your secret from Secret Manager, it is going to come in JSON. And in that JSON, this JQ will allow you to now say, in this JSON file, the value that has username, I want to store it as this. The value that has password, I want to store it as that. So we need to run this to install JQ on our EC2 if JQ is not already there. So copy this one and paste it here and press enter. Most likely JQ is already on the EC2 instance, but if it is not, that is the command you will run to install it. So we'll give it some time for that to run. Okay, so you can see it says it is already installed. Good. Then the next thing we are going to do is you can run these two commands together. This command is going to retrieve the secrets, the RDS secrets from Secret Manager, and we are going to store it as this environment variable. So copy these commands, paste it here, and press enter. So when you run it, you shouldn't get any error. All right. So once we've done that, that's just the background work we need to do. Next, we can now update our EC2 instance. We will do that with this command, sudo yum update. Copy it and paste it here, press enter. So there's nothing to update. Now we are going to change our directory into the EC2 user home. We are already in the EC2 user home, but this command, I'm just running it again in case if any of you are not there. So this will bring you back to the EC2 user home. So it just means that we want to install Flyway on the home directory of our EC2 instance. Remember last week when I was showing you guys the home directory on your computer is the same thing for your EC2, the home directory, right? Then we are going to run this next command to install Flyway. So this will install and unzip the Flyway on our EC2. So all I did is double click on it, copy the entire command. Make sure you copy the entire command. It is a long command. So copy the entire command and paste it here, then press enter. It is now download Flyway and it is extracting the file out of it. All right, so that is done. I'm going to clear my screen. And if I type ls here, you can see there's a Flyway file there. Good. So the next thing we are going to do is create another folder called SQL. So in Linux, the simplest way I can explain it to you guys is folder, but in on Linux, they'll call it directory. So if someone is saying directory, it's just a folder, right? So we are creating a folder that we are going to call SQL. According to the Flyway documentation, this came from Flyway documentation. According to Flyway documentation, the data you are trying to migrate needs to be in a SQL folder. So that's why we are creating the SQL folder. So yeah, we are going to copy this, paste it here, press enter, right? So we've created a SQL folder. If we type ls, you can see the SQL folder now. So this, everything you see here, this is from Flyway's documentation. It would take too much time to go through the documentation and all that stuff. So this is the notes of research you guys have to do. This is one of it. So you guys have to like go to the Flyway documentation to see the process, right? But I've highlighted the process for you here. So I didn't come up with this by myself. I got it from the documentation. So now that I've created the SQL folder, according to the Flyway documentation, the SQL file that I want to migrate into my RDS, I need to put it in that SQL folder I just created. That is what this next command is doing. It is going to copy that file out of our S3 and paste it in the SQL directory. Remember, we uploaded, remember we uploaded the file, this SQL, this V1 Nest SQL into our S3 bucket. So that's what we are doing next. We are copying it out. We are copying it from the S3 bucket and saving it in that SQL directory we just created. So copy this command, paste it here, and press enter. So it has downloaded the file. You can see it says downloaded here, and it has stored it in the SQL. So if I want to see what is there, I'm not going to change my directory. I'm just going to do cat. And I think it will be SQL. Let's see if this will work. SQL. Then V1, and I'll press the tab key. The tab probably won't work here, so I'll just type it all the way. V1 underscore. You guys don't have to do this. I'm just showing you that the file is there. SQL. So let's try that. So cat, when you type cat in Linux, means that you are trying to see what is the content of that file, right? So I think it's because I did it as a directory. So I think I need to remove this. Let's try that. Uh-oh. Yeah, oh, it does make sense, but don't cut it. So what I just did is, but this lets me know that the file is there. So cat means that whatever the content of that SQL file, I want to see it. So when I cut it, that's why it was showing me all this. But let me clear the screen. The better thing I should have done is, instead of cutting it, because what I was trying to prove to you guys is that the file is there. So ls, I'm going to ls, right? You can see we have the Flyway and the SQL file, and we just downloaded the file into the SQL directory. So I can cd into that directory real quick. I'll cd SQL, change my directory into that directory, cd SQL. You can see now I am in the SQL directory. If I type ls, you can see the file I downloaded was there. the cat that I did just showed me the content of that file. It's a bunch of stuff. That's why you are seeing all that stuff. So you guys don't need to do this. So now I need to go back to the previous directory I was in, which is my EC2 user home. You can just run this command again to go back to your EC2 user home, or you could type cd space dot dot. So that will bring me back. Run this command again. It will bring you back to your EC2 user home. So we've pretty much done everything. We've verified that our file is there. The last thing we need to do is run this command, and that is the command to migrate your data. That's the flyway command to migrate your data. This came straight from the flyway documentation. Flyway CLI is not for DB creation. It is for migrating any database file like SQL file, Postgres file into your RDS database. So when you create an RDS database, and you have data for your application that you want to migrate into that database, you use tools like Flyway. So Flyway does not create your RDS. It is just to migrate the data into your RDS after you've created. So we are going to copy this command and paste it here and press enter. Give it some time. So all those warnings you are seeing, that's fine. It's just what the flyway is showing you is like the way the SQL file is written is saying that certain things like this is just pretty much complaining about certain things in it is fine, right? But all you want is you will see it will print those yellow things, but at the end you will see where it says successfully applied one migration to schema, application DB. And now it says now at V1. That's all we need to do. We are done. We have successfully migrated our data into the RDS database. Does anyone have any question before we move on?
Hey, Aziz. I have a
Hello.
question.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I want to ask you that you manually run all the commands like one by one. Is it a good practice to do that, or is it any alternate way like running this whole script that you have written like one by one? These the commands are in the file, and we just run this db migrate script file in a one go.
Yes. So when I was running the commands one by one,
Yeah.
because I'm teaching you guys how the process works. That's why I'm running it one by one, right? So
Okay.
since we are learning, that's why I'm running it one by one. So the ways you can do it is I could have copied all the command, pasted it here, run it one at a time, or when I was creating the EC2 instance, I could copy this and add it to the user data of the EC2 instance, and that would do it for me. You understand? Remember
Yeah.
last week when I showed you guys how to
Yes.
add your script? Yeah, so during the creation of the EC2 instance, you could have copied this whole script with the bin bash. That's why I left this here.
Yeah.
So that way, if you want to use it, you can copy it into your EC2 user data and it will run it for you. For
All right.
learning purpose, so I'm showing you guys how to set environment variables this way, right? How to retrieve your secrets from secret manager, right? And how Flyway works. So that's why we are running it one by one, because you guys are learning for the first time. Yes, Flyway, they have a free version. What we are using is the free version, Leonard.
All right. Okay. And is there any other way, actually, like you come into that file, you change all the basic environment variables. So, I was thinking, can we like before or after running the command to actually run the script inside the instance, um, can we get the values from the user because we are working in a in a dynamic now this second project is for hosting a dynamic website. So uh, it's something that like can we get hold these commands through command line, and then after that running this script, like the basic environment variables for setting the basic environment variables, we get the values from the command, and then from that the values would be set into this document, and then we run this script. Is that possible?
Yes, we can do that, but that is going to be on the automation side of things, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
right now we still learn it, right? Yeah. So yes, you are right, right? So that is, so let's say that would be when you're talking about when you have a CI/CD pipeline that is, and when we get to the CI/CD pipeline, yes, all this stuff will be dynamically pulled from somewhere, right?
Okay.
So we are still in the manual deployment phase. So that's why we are doing it this way. Excuse me.
All right.
Yeah, so we are still in the manual deployment phase. That's why we are completing it this way. In a CI/CD pipeline, these values will be stored in as an environment variable, and it will be pulled from the environment variable of the pipeline.
All right. Okay. Okay. I don't have any idea about CI/CD pipeline. I was just thinking of them.
Yeah. So that's still more down the line. Once we get there, you'll see.
Okay.
So
Sure.
right now, you guys have to understand everything we are doing is I'm showing you guys how to, in order for you to run a CI/CD pipeline, you need to know how to build those things manually on the management console, right? So that's what we are doing here. When we get to the automation part, every single part of the deployment we are doing now, every single thing will be automated. So you guys, when you are learning, if you don't fully understand, get your hands dirty, understand the step-by-step process of how to create these things in the management console. It will only make your deployment, the automation deployment process works. So I saw a good LinkedIn post the other day. The person was pretty much saying DevOps is more than automation. Is pretty much like a process. So pretty much it was saying something along the line that you need to build something and make sure that thing works. Once you've realized that that thing works, then that's when you now proceed to automating it, right? So here we are building something first. We are making sure it works. Then from there, we can automate. Here we've run this script. We know this script work. We'll save it somewhere. So when we get to the automation part, it's going to work. But if you go straight to automating, right, and there's issue with your script, then you just start having other issues down the line, and you have to troubleshoot and this and that. So it's better to take everything step by step and do it this way. At least this is how I learn, and this is the method I'm showing you guys.
All right. Thank you. That make more sense. Thank you.
No problem. David, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I'm just trying to get your idea on this. So while I was running the script on the endpoint, I got an error. It seems not to be able to find my RDS DB name. It says event not found. I did copy it from the database. So I've checked the names are correct. And is there anything, am I missing anything, or what do you think I've done wrong?
All right, let's take a quick detour, guys. Share your screen. Let me see.
Oh, the thing is, my second laptop crashed. I'm actually following you on the tab, and I'm working on my Mac.
Okay. So you're following me on the tab and you're working on
So I'm not
Mac.
connected to the Zoom.
I see.
Yeah, I'm not connected to the Zoom.
I see. So, okay, let's just backtrack, right? So you have your script here, right? Your S3 URI, you've copied your endpoint. So your endpoint, you need to get your endpoint. So RDS, let's go to RDS. First, make sure once you're in the dashboard, make sure that your RDS is available, status is available.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Then go in it. Your endpoint is here. All you have to do is click this box to copy it. And in this quote, make sure make sure you have the quotes there. So verify the quotes is there, paste it.
Yeah.
Right? Then
Yes.
fly away. Then the next one is RDS DB name, right? So your DB name, you get that under configuration, right? Your DB name is this. Did you copy this or did you copy this?
I copied the application DB.
The application DB? Okay. Copy that.
Yes.
And make sure you have a quote here. Paste it, right?
Yeah.
Then your secrets and stuff like that. So run this command again.
Okay. Do I need to change anything on this command? This other one?
No. So the rest of the command, you don't need to change anything. You only need to update your values here. You don't need to change anything on any of these ones. So run this.
Okay, 1 second.
Oh no, run this. I mean, run this, right? Once you set your value, run this.
Okay, so that just went on to the next line.
Okay, good. Then now run this to verify.
Yeah, everything seems to be correct, but it keeps saying can't find my DB name.
So when you run this, are you saying RDS DB name and it's showing you the value application DB?
No, it says RDS DB name event not found.
I think your script is wrong. So verify your script very well.
Yeah.
So you can probably just
Unless the problem
download.
with the script.
Yeah, I think maybe you probably accidentally changed something there. So for your thing you are running, is there a quote there? Do you have like a quote? Like make sure
I think I found what the problem is. Just give me 1 second, please. I think I found the problem. So sorry. All right, let's try again. Yeah, it's gone through now. Thank you.
Okay.
Was this a minor syntax error? I've corrected it. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no problem.
guys.
All right, no problem. All right, cool. Ike, did you have a question? I saw you unmuted yourself.
Not really. I wanted him to check the AWS region, whether he changed it. So, but
Oh, okay, yeah. So most likely, if you guys run your command and is not something is wrong, then you guys check. You probably have a typo somewhere, right? So the way I created this script for you guys is that the only thing you need to touch is up here. So the rest of the script, don't touch it, right? The only thing you need to touch is up here. Just update the values here, right? So that's the only thing you need to do. All right, so we've migrated our data into the RDS. We've confirmed that. So I'm going to close this EC2 instance terminal. Then go back to your instance. And this database migrate instance terminated. We don't need it. We only need it to migrate our data into the RDS, and we can now terminate it. So click terminate and terminate it. So someone asks, is the data being migrated into the database from RDS? No, the data is not being migrated into the database from the RDS. This is what's going on. This is what's going on. Our RDS is here. Our RDS is here, and it has the SQL file we want to migrate in it. So what's happening is when we launch this EC2 instance, we install Flyway on it, right? And we set the necessary things we need to set up. So we now download the SQL file from the S3 bucket and store it in the SQL directory that we created on the EC2 instance. So the SQL file has been copied from the S3 bucket into the EC2 instance. So now when we run the flyway migrate, it is now migrating it into the RDS, right? So meaning that before you run the flyway migrate, the SQL file you are trying to migrate needs to be on the EC2 instance, right? We are just using S3 that's the easiest method I found. Your SQL file could have been in GitHub, right? And you could have downloaded from GitHub to your EC2. Your SQL file could have been on your computer, and you could have downloaded on your computer to EC2. So where you store the SQL file doesn't really matter. And when you run the command, it is not transferring it from wherever you store it straight to your database. The file needs to be copied to your server you are using to migrate. Then from that server is where it is copied to your RDS. Hope that makes sense. Okay. So we need to terminate the EC2 instance. So here we have terminated the EC2 instance. Right. So let's move on with our agenda. So we are pretty much the rest of the steps should be straightforward now. So we've migrated our data. The next thing we need to do is launch another server, right? This will be the server for our application.
Sorry, before you go further, please.
Sure.
Why can't we migrate directly from S3 bucket into our RDS?
That is not how Flyway works.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are working with we are working in the scope of how Flyway works. You understand? So that's not how Flyway works. And there's also another reason why you can't migrate. Right. So the tool we are using, Flyway, that's how it works. So we are pretty much confined in the scope of that tool. Yeah, that's the simplest way to explain it.
Yeah, can we use
And also, I kind of understand what you guys are thinking about, because you guys are probably thinking like, oh yeah, for the EC2 instance, we can copy stuff directly to our EC2 from S3, right? You guys have to understand that RDS is a AWS managed service. You don't have access to the RDS. You can see the console, but the backbone, you can't SSH into an RDS, right? So, but there's ways AWS gives you ways to migrate data into it, and that's one of the ways we can migrate data is what we just did with Flyway. So basic short is the process for Flyway is how I've explained it, right? You need to install Flyway on whatever you are trying to use to migrate the data. That would be whether it's your computer. So if you are using your own computer, you need to install Flyway on it, right? Then on that, whatever machine you are using to migrate Flyway, you need to create a SQL directory. That's what you saw. We created a SQL directory. Then you need to put the SQL file in the SQL directory. That's what we did. And you now run your migrate from command from there. This is just how Flyway works. You can't do anything outside of that. Yeah, someone else has any question?
Yeah, I wanted to say, what if we use MySQL Workbench to migrate the file to RDS?
You can do that as well.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do that as well. So if we use MySQL Workbench, that involves more process, right? I would have to show you guys how to set up a Bastion host and things like that. The reason why I like Flyway method, why I'm showing you Flyway method is because when we start doing the CI/CD part of it, where we need to migrate our data, you won't be able to migrate your data using MySQL Workbench on the CI/CD part, because MySQL Workbench is still more of like a manual process. So everything we are doing now, we are learning and it's also leading up to the CI/CD part. So nothing you guys are doing now, you're still going to see it later on. You guys saw we built a VPC last week. We visited some security groups and all those things last week. We are still reusing it this week. So everything you are doing now with the script and all that stuff, it is still going to show up on the next project and the next project. So yes, in the earlier projects, I used to use MySQL Workbench, but this is better. But you can use MySQL Workbench. The main goal is getting our data into the RDS database. So that's what we were able to accomplish that. Okay. So next we need to launch our server, right? We need to launch our server, then connect that server to the RDS database, then install and configure our application on it. So let's go to the management console. And we are going to, in your EC2 instances, we are going to launch an EC2 instance. And let's give it a name. According to here, we can call it EC2 instance Nest Web. Paste the name here. Under application and OS images, it is going to be Amazon Linux. We are using Amazon Linux 2023. The description, it will be default. Instance type, we are going to select this drop down and select T2 micro. And key pair, we will proceed without the key pair because we are using the endpoint. Network settings, we'll select edit, select this drop down and select your dev VPC. Subnet, we'll select the drop down and we want to launch this in, we can do private app easy1 or private app easy2. So my reference architecture, I am using private app easy1. So that's what I'll pick here, private app easy1. Then security groups, we are going to select an existing security group. Select this drop down and select our Nest Web SG. This is our web server security group. All right, scroll down. Storage, configure storage will be default. Click the drop down under advanced details. And for IAM instance profile, we are going to select the dev role, S3 secrets manager role, the one we created that has the secret manager access and the S3 access. Okay. All right. Once you've done that, that's all we need to do, right? Remember, we also have a script to deploy our server, our application on the EC2, right? If we want to automate it, we would paste it here in the user data. But at this stage of what we are building, I'm showing you guys how to deploy things manually, how script work. You're running the script one by one so you can understand the commands that you are running and the reasons why you are running it, right? So that's what we are doing. So when we get to the automation part, trust me, you guys will have plenty of time to automate everything. But at this point in the project, we are deploying it manually. So we are going to launch the EC2 instance. And if you scroll down here, you can click view all instances. So that will show you all your EC2 instance. You can now even filter it by running only. There's nothing there now, but after a while it should show up because it's still in the pending state. So I'll just wait for it to be running. the EC2 instance is running, right? Cool. So in your project assets, I want you guys to open the deployment script. It is the one I call deployment script. So open with, I'll open it with, yeah, open your deployment script. And at the top of the script, we are going to do the same thing. So this is the script. I will explain everything as we go, right? The only thing you have to change is, so for everything down from line 20 down, you don't touch anything there, right? The only thing you have to update is here from line 8 to 18. And I've listed what each of those values you need to put there, but we'll go through it one by one, right? Another thing I want to mention is that let's look at the reference architecture, something you guys need to understand, right? So when you are working on those things, it don't seem complicated. So far, we are building the infrastructure. So that's what we did. We're building the infrastructure and we are installing our server, right? So we've installed our server here. That's why in the knowledge check, you guys will see me put something there about server administration. On the infrastructure part, you launch the EC2 instance, but you understand that this is a plain EC2 instance. There is nothing on it. So the server administration now comes from you connecting to that server using SSH, connecting to the server. Then you are now installing whatever application you want to install on that server on it. That is server administration, right? For the application we are hosting a LAMP stack. It's called LAMP stack. So it's LAMP. The L well, I guess I should probably not do that. The L here stands for Linux. And you guys don't hold me to it. I'm a terrible speller. The L stands for Linux. The A is for Apache, right? Remember, our server is a Linux server we are using. Our EC2 is Amazon Linux. The software, the engine we are going to install on it is Apache, similar to the one we installed last week. Pretty much the same as the one we installed last week, not similar. The M stands for MySQL. That is the database engine, MySQL. And the P stands for PHP. PHP is one of the tools, I don't know whether you call it tools or software. It's pretty much one of the tools, let me just call it tools for lack of a better word. It's one of the tools you can use to make a site dynamic. So the dynamic portion of our application that is taking the information, storing it in the database and all that stuff is the PHP that's doing that. So that's what LAMP stands for, right? So this is what you need to ask yourself as a cloud engineer. I have my EC2 instance and I need to install a LAMP application on it. I'm trying to install a LAMP application on it. How does that work? So basically, for any LAMP, any application you are trying to install on your EC2 instance, there will be, they call it server dependency, right? Your server needs to have certain softwares on it before you can run that application on it. Because AWS don't know what type of application you are trying to run on your EC2 instance, so they're not just going to put softwares there for you. So it's a plain EC2 instance. Based on whatever application you are trying to run, that's when you will now install the softwares that application needs to run. That's one thing. And how do you know what software you install on your EC2 instance? It is based on whatever application you are trying to host. For LAMP application, there is framework for it. To run a LAMP application, you need to install Apache, you need to install PHP. The information is out there. And if any software engineer gives you an application code to deploy, I'm telling you that they will tell you what you need to install on your server for that application to work. So coming up with the command is not the difficult thing, like I always say, it's just the process of what you are trying to do. That's what you need to map out. Once you map it out, you will find the softwares. You will find the commands to install whatever you need to install. So that's one thing I want you guys to understand. So basically now we are trying to install a LAMP application on our EC2 instance. And the script I'll show you is the process to do that. So I'm going to clear that. Close this. Okay. So you guys just keep that in mind. But first, let's update our environment variables. So here we need to update our environment variables based on what we will use when we run our command. So the first is the project name. So the name of this project is Nest. So leave it as Nest. The environment, I'm putting this in there because when we do the automation part, I'm also showing you guys how to include different environment because I'll probably give you an assignment then where you will have to create it, deploy in multiple environments. So that's why here, dev, leave it as that. For those that have a domain name, right? You are going to use www here. And if you don't have a domain name, I think you are going to use the same thing. So, but I haven't checked. It's been a while since I deployed it without the domain name. But for those that don't have a domain name, for now, just leave the www here. If you have a domain name, you are now that we are doing it this way, I'm thinking about something because for you guys that don't have a domain name and if you still want to see your application, you will have to use so for your domain name, this will be the DNS of your RDS. No, not DNS of your RDS, I'm sorry. DNS of your application load balancer. And we haven't created the application load balancer yet. So I don't know if we should just create the application load balancer because I was trying to walk you guys through the step, but since there are some people that don't have a domain name, so if you guys, is there anyone here that don't have a domain name and you still would like to continue? So we can take a detour and go create our load balancer first and all that stuff. So let me know. If not, I'll just create it this way. Because now I'm just showing you how to deploy a dynamic application straight, right? So we are not doing half setup. We're going to do our full setup on the server. Then we'll go configure our application load balancer, then all that stuff, and we'll be able to access it. But let's say you haven't, you don't have a domain name, don't run this yet, right? First, but you know what? You can run it. I'll still show you how to. You can run it, and later on, once we create the load balancer, the EC2 instance will still be available. I'll show you guys how to update it, so you can run it. It's fine. So for our domain name, right, this will be your domain name, the domain name of your final endpoint. So everyone can still follow along. If you don't have a domain name, later on, I'll show you how to update it. So domain name will be the domain name of your site. So that you get in Route 53. So go to Route 53. Route 53. Select hosted zone and select your hosted zone here, right? Your domain name is here, right? So copy your domain name from there and paste it here. So make sure you are pasting it in the quotes. Make sure you are careful and you are not, and that you don't have a typo, right? S3 bucket name is the name of the S3 bucket you are storing your application code. So let's get that S3 bucket name. This is the bucket. We called it dev, whatever the name is, app web files. You copy that name here for the bucket and you paste it here. Right, make sure you paste it, no typo. Then the name of the app service provider file, right? Remember that's the file we uploaded into the bucket. It is this file. So you can select it, then just copy the name. Don't copy .php, just the name. It's Nest App Service Provider. Copy that name and paste it here. Right. The next is the application code file name, right? That is the zip file we uploaded into the S3 bucket, right? So go back to S3 bucket. The zip file is nest.zip. So you only need the name, not with the extension. So copy that and paste it here. The next is your RDS endpoint, right? So go to your RDS endpoint. Go to your RDS, right? The under connectivity and security, your endpoint is here. Copy it, and in your script, you are going to paste it here. The next is your RDS database name, right? So go back to your RDS. Under configuration, here, you are going to copy your database name. And you are going to paste it here. The next is your secret RDS secret that restore the secret name in secret manager. So go back here, go to secret manager. Our secret is here, right? Copy the secret name, then paste it here. And the region your secret is in, US, mine is in US East 1. So if I go back to the management console, you can see my secret is in Northern Virginia region, US East 1. So that is what is here. This is all you need to update on your file. Once you've updated, save it. And as we run this command, I'm going to explain them one by one. So next thing we are going to do is SSH into our EC2 instance. So let's go to the EC2 instance. So if you don't have it open, I'm just going to right click, open a new tab. I'm going to go to the EC2 service and select EC2 and select instances running. So we have our web server running. We're going to SSH into it, right? So click it and click connect. Then select connect using a private IP. Then all this should be here and click connect. Okay, we have successfully connected to it, right? So next thing we need to do is run our command. So I'm going to just dock this side by side so you guys can see. All right, are you guys ready? Or does anyone have any question? Okay, cool. So the first thing we are going to do is run the environment variables. So copy this whole thing, paste it here, and press enter. So after you run it, right? After you run it, you won't get any output. It will just be there. So I'll clear my screen. Do you guys mind me running it side by side like this? Because it's kind of like squished together, or do you want me just have a full screen and just go one page for page? Which one do you guys prefer?
I think it's the same thing. I mean, this
Okay.
is much faster.
Okay, fine. Okay, cool. So now that I've run my environment variable, I just want to verify that it's there. So I'm going to run this, copy this, paste it here, press enter, right? So I ran it here, right? And you can see the output, project name, environment, record name, domain name, S3 bucket, and so on. All that stuff is there. Right. So once you verify, the next thing we are going to do is get our secret from secret manager. Is similar to, is the exact thing we did for the data migrate. And is the exact thing we did for the data migrate. So we are it's the same command. We are getting the value and we are storing it as excuse me. So
Hey, Aziz, you're still muted.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. So did you guys hear? Well, just to backtrack, right? I'm so sorry. I thought I was unmuted, right? So here, right, we've already run this. So all you guys need to do is just run this, right? So run this, yeah. And once you've run that, we'll move on to the next one, right? So what I was saying with this is, in order to install PHP application, right? This is the server dependencies that I was talking about. In order for you to run a PHP application on your EC2 instance, you need to install PHP and these extensions, right? And you need to set some rate limit on your server, right? But main thing is you need to install Apache and PHP extension. So you can see this command. This command is installing Apache and PHP and all this PHP extension. So what I said is the first thing to do is we are going to update our EC2 instance. So copy this, paste it here. I can run it again. It's not going to cause any error. It's still going to be the same thing. Right. So once you copy, we are going to now install PHP and all the extensions. So I was saying, make sure you copy all these commands and paste it here. Press enter. So we are now installing PHP, Apache, and all the extensions. I'll give it some time. It is done. I'm going to clear my screen. Then the software engineer that wrote this application code is told me that we're in the documentation to deploy the application, right? Pretty much said you need to change these settings on your EC2 instance. So in your EC2 instance, these settings are there, right? So you need to update these settings. This is the command to update it. So if someone say you need to, and you can see the file we are updating is pretty much PHP dot .ini, and you will find it in the etc directory. So if I cd into etc, I'll see a php.ini there. I can edit that file and add these numbers there, right? This 256 and 300, but this is just the command to do it. So we'll use this command. This command will automatically update those settings in that file for us. So paste the command, press enter. You shouldn't get any error. Then you also need to enable mode rewrite on your EC2 instance, right? So it's just how all your web files, they will be able to be, it would make them access each other. So when when the dynamic part has to like change the settings on some files, that's how it is able to do that, at least from how I understand it. So copy this command. Copy this command, paste it here, and press enter. Right. Once you paste it and press enter, you shouldn't get any error. Right. So, right. I'm trying to see if I paste that thing twice. So let me just try that again. Because I don't know why that command is showing up twice. Oh, I guess after I run it, it just does that. Whatever. All right. So once you've run that to enable mode rewrite on your EC2 instance, now this is where we will download the application code from S3, right? We'll download the application code from S3 into our HTML directory. So we'll copy this command to download the application code. Paste it here. Press enter. It's now downloading the application code, right? So let's change our directory into the HTML directory. Paste, press enter, right? When this HTML directory, you guys remember from last week that the HTML directory will only be available after you download the application code. Not after you download the application code, I'm sorry. The HTML directory will only be available after you install Apache. Once you install your Apache server, that's when in the installation process will create the HTML directory. And in order for your site to work, you need to put all your application code in the HTML directory. And that's what we are doing. So now that we've downloaded our application code and we change our directory into the HTML, if I type ls just to see, you can see the application code is here. Then we are going to unzip it, same process as what we did last week. We are going to unzip it. It's a big file, so it's taking time. So we have unzip it. I'm going to clear. Now, if I type ls again, you'll see the unzip version of it, which is right here. Then the next thing we are going to do is copy all the application code out of the unzip version into the HTML directory, because that's where we want it. So that's why we run this command to copy everything out of the unzip version into the HTML directory. I'm going to copy that, paste it here. You shouldn't get any error, right? So if I ls again, you can see now all the application codes are copied here. The next thing we are going to do is just remove the zip file and the one we unzip. That's what this command is doing. So we'll copy this, paste it here, press enter. Then if I type ls again, those zip we downloaded and unzip is gone. So this is just going to set permission on this directory, on the HTML directory, the bootstrap cache directory and the storage directory. We are setting the permission for the files in it to 777. So copy this one and paste it here. Press enter. All right. So this next part is in this HTML directory, right? This is how for dynamic application, this is something you guys should not forget. It's very important. This .env, there's a file here called .env. So if I type ls-a, you will see there's a file in here called .env. This is the file that you use to connect your EC2 to your RDS instance, right? And this file also contains some information about our website, right? So pretty much on this file, I can cut this file now so you guys can see. Let me clear my screen. You guys don't have to do this, but I'm just showing you guys. No. That's not what I wanted to do. Control C. Let me see. Okay. I want to clear the screen first. Clear. Then I can cut that file, cat.env. Right. This is the file. Right. So you can see here, we need to update certain things. We need to update the information of our RDS database, right? And we can even update our domain name and all that stuff here, our application name, right? App URL and all that stuff. So we need to update all that stuff here. So that's what this command is doing. This command is helping us update this file. So manual way to do it is in Linux, if you type vi, and the name of the file, you can edit it the same way you will edit any file on your computer. But this command will help us do it. So since we already entered those information, those values up here, right? All we have to do is run this command and it will update it for us. So once we run this command, we will cut the file again and we'll check to see if those files are updated. So copy this command and paste it here. Press enter. not sure what. Oh, let me try that again. So let me just clear my screen. I'm going to copy this command, paste it, press enter. I'm not sure what happened to, because this should work. Let me just try this one by one. So I'm just going to copy this. Unknown S. I'm going to paste this. Is anybody else getting the same thing? So that one worked.
Yeah.
You guys are getting the same error? Or is it, did
Yes.
they come? Okay. So let's run it one at a time. So I just ran that one worked. So I'm going to run this one. I need to figure out where the error is. So that one worked. I'm going to copy this, the third one. That one worked. I'm going to copy this one, paste. That one worked. I'm going to copy this one, paste. That one worked. Now copy that one. The next one, paste. So it's the last one that there's a typo somewhere. Oh, so for some reason the RDS password didn't thing. So what we need to do is, remember when I was running this, I think so I think what it's saying is it is not probably not finding the, oh, I see where the typo is. I'm sorry about that, guys. So here we have DB, RDS DB password, right? But then here it's the same thing. So say, oh, I see. So let me, I'm just going to run this again. Just run that again. You know what? I think it's because I ran this, right? I think it's because I ran this together. So you guys run this command again, but don't run all this together. So we already ran the JQ, that is fine. So run this secret thing. I think that's what's causing the issue. Sorry about that. So copy that, run that again. Right, run that one, then now run this. For some reason, I don't think the yeah. So click. So nothing is still not this. You can run it as many times as you want. So make sure run this, right? And run this. So once you run that, we are here. Because all we are doing is updating the environment file. So we can try it again. We can run this entire command again. So copy this command here, paste it here, press enter. So let me cut the env file. Just a second. Sometimes first troubleshooting. Cut dot env. Right, you can see my application DB is updated. The only thing that's not updated here is DB password. So I don't see any DB username that is there. Is there any typo? I don't see any typo here. That's weird because the other time I ran it, it worked. So let me just see. Let me just copy this and I'm going to ask ChatGPT here. So that's odd. The command is correct for replacing the value of the example. DB password S. It said the command is right. The command is correct for replacing the value of a DB in an env file. Sudo okay, let me copy this. So why am I getting this? Does the command work for you guys, or you guys are getting the same thing? So let me see.
Hello, Azeez.
Yes.
So mine is showing me here that there's a duplicate I on the app name.
A duplicate I on the app name instead of using.
It's supposed to be sudo SEDI in quote S/$ app name /$ value/G then file.
Yeah. This command, I've used it all the time. Even the last time I just did it, it worked. So I'm not sure why it is, because even ChatGPT is saying it's a correct command. So I'm saying to run this one. So let me try this one. Because that is weird. That's the thing about deploying stuff sometimes. So it's still giving me the same thing. You know what? I really think it's because when I was running it, I probably did some stuff. You know what? I'm just going to, sorry for the detour. And this may work, this may not work. But what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to terminate this EC2 instance, right? And I'll just launch a new one, and I'm going to run the commands again because it should work. So I think something is wrong somewhere. So I'm going to terminate it. Launch another
Can I ask a
EC2
quick
instance.
question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Last week, remember when we launched the instance in the private subnet, and we needed the Bastion host to SSH into that subnet. So I've been doing, a couple of practices with that, but then I got to a point where I did it before it worked. I was just doing it and again, but then it told me like when I was trying to SSH, it says request service quota, right? So like the um initialization failed again, like it was not going. So I tried to request it, but then it was still not going. So I just created a new, AWS account. So the other question is, um, the domain name that I register in there, do I have to create register for another domain name with this new account again?
No, with the new account, yes. But if you don't want to register a new domain name, you have to find a way to transfer your domain name from the other account to the new account. There's a way AWS already have like a straight process to do that. So there's a way you can transfer it. So
Okay.
yeah, but the quota is probably sometimes with AWS service, some service, they only allow you to do certain things for a number of time. If you do it too much in those time, then you have to send them like an email for them to increase the quota. So that's just what you're running into. That's just like a specific issue with your AWS account.
Okay.
Yeah. So AWS does that with every service in AWS has a quota. For example, a quota for VPC might be you can only create up to 3 VPC. I don't know if that's or you can only create up to 10 EC2 instance at a time. So it's something like that.
I see. Okay.
So I've launched another EC2 instance. Let me connect to it. Sorry about that, guys, but this is part of the cloud thing. Sometimes when you do a deployment, something that works and all of a sudden it doesn't work. So, because I'm pretty sure I tested that script before I send it to you guys. All right, let's try that again. So I have a brand new EC2 instance. I'm just going to start from I'm going to copy this command. Let's stay here. All right, then I'm going to clear my screen. Then I'm going to verify the command I just ran. Make sure those values are there. Right, you can see those values here. Good. Then this part, I'm not going to run everything I want. So I'm just first going to, I don't even need to run this JQ because let me run it for future sake. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, press enter. Right, then I'm going to run this to get my secret value from secret manager. And I'm going to now store it as this. Okay, so that's done. I'm going to clear my screen. So next, I'm going to update my EC2. I'm going to install the software, PHP, and Apache. And if this command don't work, or there's workaround around it, we'll just do the workaround. But it should work. I'm surprised it didn't. Then I'm going to set those settings on my EC2. And I'm going to enable mode rewrite. I think this was probably where I messed up because I ran that twice. Okay, so I'm going to clear my screen. So I'm going to download the file from S3. Right, if I ls, you can see, oh no, I need to change my directory first. So I'm going to change my directory. Then if I ls, the zip file is there. I'm going to unzip it. Right, once I unzip it, I'm going to clear my screen. And I'm also going to now copy, and just to show you guys our ls, it is there, nest. Then I'm going to copy the code out of the unzip version into the HTML directory. Then once I do that, I'm going to remove the ones I zipped and unzipped. So for ls, it is there. So next, I'm going to set permissions on those directory. Copy, paste. Then next, I'm going to try to run everything at once because here, let's see. If this works, this is supposed to work too. So I'm not sure what happened that first time. So let's copy, and if it doesn't work, there's a workaround around it. So paste it here, press enter. Honestly, I'm not sure what is going on with this thing, because it is literally the same command, but I'll figure it out. But in the meantime, so we'll just edit that file manually. So this is what you'll do. So let's, remember I said all we are doing with that command is we are editing the value of the values in our env file. So to edit that env file, type sudo vi.env. So that means we want to edit that file using the vi editor. So press enter, right? So that will bring this here. So you can see all the other commands I ran worked. You can see here that app name got updated. My domain name is there. I don't know why that password. It could be how, maybe it could be how the value of the RDS is set up. I don't know. Honestly, guys, I don't know, but I'll do a research on that. You can see my endpoint is there, right? Everything got updated for except for that value. And I'll review the command again. I don't think there's anything wrong with the command. ChatGPT said there's nothing wrong with it. So pretty much here, we need to enter the password for our RDS, right? So to do that, you are going to press to edit this file, right? First, we need to go in insert mode. So first press I on your keyboard. That is going to put you in insert mode, right? Once you are in insert mode, then you can use the left and right key to move this back and forth. So put that white cursor on the quote, then press backspace to remove everything that says your DB password. So remove it up to that. So you should have the quote there just like that. Then we are going to go to Secrets Manager, right? And retrieve the secret. So the password is here. So copy it. So remember how you retrieve it is if you go to Secrets Manager, your secret is here, select it, right? Under Overview, Secret Value, Retrieve Secrets, and you see your secret here. Copy, then come back to your console. Make sure your white cursor is on that second quote. Then once you put it there, right click, paste. So it should look like that. This might be the issue with storing stuff in Secret Manager where the way the password is generated, it has some special character in there. That may be the reason it is throwing that error. I don't know, but I'll get to the root of it and I'll let you guys know. Right. So once we've done that, right, you've entered your secret, your RDS password here. Everything else is still good. You make sure your endpoint, everything got updated. So we are going to remember we are in insert mode. You can see insert here. So to exit out of the insert mode, first you are going to press the escape key and you will no longer see insert here anymore, right? Then you will now type, I think is colon like that, W, Q, exclamation mark. So you guys can see, right? It's colon, WQ, exclamation mark, and press enter. and that'll bring you back to your thing. So we have successfully updated the password on the env file. So let me clear my screen. And I'm going to cat again, cat.env file. So cat just means I want to see what is in that file. So you can see everything is there. And here you can see I updated it. Does anyone have a question before we move on? You guys got this part, or did I lose you guys? Sorry about that command. Honestly, I'm not sure what's going on with it because it is the same command. If this works, right? This is supposed to work too. And I did run it yesterday. It does work. So why it is not working today? Trust me, I don't understand. I'll do a research on it. And it could just be some limitation EC2 is having. My suggestion, my thing is probably how the special character that is in there, maybe it is having issues with that. I'm not sure. But however secret manager creates the password, that's what we have to use. All right. So now that we've done that, right, we've cut the environment variable and we can see the content of it, right? The next thing we are going to do is replace that PHP app service provider.php file. So we are going to run this command. We are going to run this command, copy, paste it here. So we have successfully updated. Then the next thing we are going to do is just enable Apache to start every time we stop and restart our EC2 instance. So we want to start the Apache service automatically. So that's what this command will do. Paste this command here, press enter. And we are going to start the Apache service. So paste this command here, press enter. And we are going to now check whether the Apache service is running. So paste this command there and press enter. So yeah, you can see the Apache service is running. So are you guys good? Or did I lose you guys on that when we had that issue? Oh, where we installed the Apache script, that is here. So we installed Apache here. When we installed PHP. So here it is in there. That's where we installed Apache. So in one command, you can include everything. All right. So our site is there, but the thing about it now is we can't access our site yet because remember our site is in the private subnet, and in order to be able to access it, you need a load balancer. So we have to set up everything else. We need to set up our load balancer, and we need to set up our Route 53, and we need to set up the HTTP and HTTPS listener. Then we should be able to access our site. So let's set up our load balancer. So we'll go to the EC2 console dashboard, right? Then here we are going to select target group. Remember, before you create a load balancer, first you have to create a target group. Create a target group, and then we are going to click create target group. The target is going to be an instance, and the target group name, we are going to use this, copy this, and paste it here. The protocol is going to be HTTP. IP address is going to be IPv4. Select the VPC and we leave those as default. Under health checks, we'll leave this as default. But under advanced health check here, I want you to enter 200, 301, 302. So this 301 and 302 is just for so pretty much this status code is anytime softwares are interacting with each other. Victor, I'll answer your question in a second, right? So anytime applications are connecting with each other, there's always a status code they always send back, right? So if something is successful, it will send a status code of 200. The 301 and 302 we are adding is for when we are redirecting HTTP traffic to HTTPS. We are telling the application load balancer that if you see a 301 or 302 code, it doesn't mean that the site is failing. That is exactly what we want. So that's why we are adding those code there. Because sometimes if you don't add it, it would just say the site is failing. So that's why we are adding the 301 and 302. So once you add that, you click next here. Then you should see your EC2 instance running. Select it and include as pending below. Then once you include it, click next. And on this page, you can review everything and click Create Target Group. We've created a target group. Now we will create the application load balancer. So we'll select load balancers. So Victor is asking that how did I know the error 47 was on the password from the script? Honestly, Victor, I don't know. I'm glad that happens because I really don't, since this class is kind of like is where we are learning how to be a cloud engineer and we are working the same way we would be working in a production environment. Not all deployments you will ever do will be straightforward. Sometimes you may test something and everything is working perfectly. Then I say this all the time, then you go and give the demo, then something is not working. Maybe something changed in AWS in the past 2 days, because I can guarantee you guys, I ran that script multiple times, more than 10 times, and it works every single time. And it's the same script I've been using forever. So why it didn't work this time, honestly, I don't know. Maybe something changed. I just need to go do a research on it. So how did I know? I don't know. When you are troubleshooting, you try to narrow down where you think the issue is. So in me trying to troubleshoot it, that's kind of like my first suggestion of where I would look. So honestly, I really don't know what caused that error. Because like I show you guys saw the commands is the same. And the previous one worked. And the only one that didn't work is the password one. So maybe it is because there are some special characters in the password. Maybe. But the special characters we have in the password, that is why I am using the quote here. So that quote just kind of groups everything together, but honestly, I don't know. Something may have changed in EC2 overnight. So anyway, but I'll do a research on it. Then we've created our target group. Let's create our load balancer. We select load balancer, create load balancer. It will be an application load balancer. Click create. Then we'll give the load balancer a name. We'll call it dev nest ALB. It is going to be internet facing. It is going to be IPv4. Under network mapping, we are going to select dev VPC. Then we'll leave this as default. For your availability zone, we will select US East 1A and US East 1B because those are the two availability zones in our VPC. Then for the subnet, remember application load balancer is always in the public subnet. So the application load balancer is always in the public subnet. So we'll select the dev public AZ1 in the first availability zone and the dev public AZ2 in the second availability zone. For security groups, we will remove this and we will select our ALB security group. And under listener, this is where we'll configure everything. So under listener, we have the port 80 HTTP. Remember, for our port 80 listener, we are going to redirect HTTP traffic to HTTPS. So here you select redirect and you check full URL because we want to redirect our HTTP traffic to HTTPS. Then we will add another listener. Then this is going to be the HTTPS listener. So select HTTPS, which is on port 443. And for that listener, it will forward traffic to our target group. And here, select your target group. Then once you select that, scroll down, right? That's all we need to do, scroll down. And under security policy, we will leave this as default. Under default SSL server certificate, it will be from ACM. And we will select this drop down and select our certificate for our domain name that we registered last week. So that's all we need to do here. Then we need to scroll down here. Everything else, we leave it as default. So leave all this as default and click Create Load Balancer. So it is creating the load balancer. We'll wait for the status to be available, then we'll move on to the next thing. Is it because of the bracket in the env file? The bracket in the env file. Was there a bracket in the env file? Let me see. So this is where we cut our env file. There isn't a bracket there. There's just a quote there. Oh, you know what? But I've run the same thing over and over and it works. So I'm not sure why it is complaining this time. No, I don't think it's because of the bracket, honestly. And you guys, I'm probably a little bit nervous because I don't like when you do a deployment and on my script, on your script, you're supposed to put a bracket quote. Okay, let me look at the script. So on my script here, yes, so I have a bracket here, right? So the bracket is to group everything. So it's just to pull the environment variable that we stored here, right? It's supposed to. So this is how we did the rest of them, right? Everything, as you see, you can see all this ran successfully. And this command is the same exact command as this. Can you guys see any difference there? I can't see any difference, right? So I have DB. The only thing is I don't see any typo and I've run it, like I said, I've run it so many times it works. So it's the same command. And even when I post it in ChatGPT, ChatGPT says the right command. So it could be just by something with the EC2 instance today. I really don't know. So DB password, right? That's the value we are trying to change. Let me check on that EC2 instance, what that value is. Yeah, it's DB password. Honestly, I don't know. And I just ran it like yesterday, it worked. So it could be something with the EC2 today. But that got me nervous now because I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I'm like, I hate to do all this work today and the site is not going to be deployed. I'm going to be so disappointed, but we'll see. So our application load balancer, the status is active, right? So first thing, let's check our target group. Yeah. And I'm going to just refresh. Okay, thank God. Oh my God. This got me so nervous. All right, you can see our target is healthy, right? You want to make sure your target group is healthy. All right. So this is where we are now. This is where we are. So the next thing is we still won't be able to access our site because our site is listening on in our env file, right? In our env file, our URL that we've configured is this. So that's what it will work, what will work with our application. So, and our site is also listening on HTTP and HTTPS. Application load balancer don't work on HTTPS. So, like if we copy the domain name, it's not on HTTPS. So the next thing we need to do is create our domain name. So not create our domain name, but create a record in our domain name in Route 53. Type Route 53 in the search box and select Route 53 under services. Right. In the Route 53, select your hosted zone. Select this, right? Then create a record. For the record name, we'll type www. It is going to be an A record. Then check the alias to. Traffic is going to be to application and classic load balancer. And the region, we are going to select whatever region you created your load balancer in. Mine is Northern Virginia, so I'll select Northern Virginia. Yeah. Then in that region, I'll see my application load balancer. I'll select it. Then once I select it, I'm going to click create record. So I already have a record there pretty much from last time that I didn't delete. So let me just delete that record. That was probably when I was testing it. So I'm going to delete my record. Sorry, guys, then I'll create it again. So from last week when we created, you guys should have deleted your record. I'll create it again. So create record, right? www here. Record type, A record, alias to application and classic load balancer. I'm going to select my region, Northern Virginia. Then here I'll select my load balancer and I'm going to click create record. I could have edited that record too, but I just want to show you guys how to create a record again. So because if you guys create any record, right, you can just click edit record here and you can, if you delete your load balancer, you can leave your record there and edit your record and point it to the next load balancer. Kind of similar to what we did with the NAT Gateway, but I just recreated it. So our view status, make sure this is in sync, right? Good. So let me go back. Now, if I copy my domain name here, I'm going to open a new tab. Now paste my domain name in there and press enter. And there you go. We have our website. Did anyone website come up? You guys are not saying anything, so I'm kind of feeling like I lost you guys along the way. Who was David? Did your website come up or did I lose you too? You guys are not saying anything. Someone gotta say something.
No, so you I just didn't want to distract you because I knew that kind of threw us off a bit. So I'm gonna watch the videos again especially to cut into the file and then add the password. So I'm just kind
Okay.
to
Do
get
you
a
want us
feel
to
of
revisit? Do you want us to revisit the password part again? Is that where you stopped?
I don't want to be the only one to hold the class up, but I can always have a look and I can always
Okay.
reach out to you if that's
Sure.
okay.
Sure. So
Thank
you guys, you can see there's nothing wrong with our script, honestly. But I would do a research on it and I'll give you guys an answer on why that happened. The command we executed here is the same command as all of this. My only guess is that the way RDS, the way Secret Manager generated the password, right? Maybe is causing some type of issue when we are trying to use the command. So maybe I need to tweak the command to account for those special values in the password. That's the only thing I can say. Maybe that's the reason why it did that, because the the because the command is the same. So if it worked for this one, it would work for that one. So let's try something. So if RDS password contains pipe and the same command mistakenly interprets what's after the pipe as an option to S, which leads to an error. So yeah, so the command we run just sounds like a Linux limitation. I think when I copied that in ChatGPT, it gave me the same thing too. So it is saying that I should run it like this. But I ran this one too, and I still got an error from it. I did. So it is saying I should run this, right? I ran this too, and I still got an error from it. So let me see. Just revisit it again. And we are still in the EC2 instance. So let me just paste that there. And press enter. See, I'm still getting the same error. Honestly, it's just a limitation to EC2 today. I don't know whether something changed in EC2. I guarantee you guys, I ran this command all day the other day, and I even ran it as far as yesterday, and it was working. So I don't know what changed today. And you can see we're still able to access our site. The only issue was just using the command to update our password, which that part we had to manually do, right? So, but at least I got to show you guys how to think fast as a cloud engineer in case because stuff like this happens all the time where something will just not work. You need to be resourceful to think about a workaround, right? And so we troubleshooted and we came up with a workaround, and we were still able to access our website. So was someone else asking any question? All right. So now that we have configured our site, everything is working. We've pretty much, so it's where we are. We have installed our site on the EC2, right? We've SSH into it, configure our site, everything is working. We also, what am I doing? We also access it from Route 53. The next thing we are going to do is create an AMI. So we've configured our site here. So now anytime we need to launch, the auto-scaling group needs to launch the server for our site, we don't have to configure our site on the EC2 instance anymore. We will use this EC2 instance to create an AMI. Then when our auto-scaling group, we create our auto-scaling group, the auto-scaling group will use this AMI to launch the EC2 instance. And when you use the EC2 instance to create an AMI, whatever is already on the EC2 instance will be in the AMI too. So the AMI, if you use the AMI to launch another EC2 instance, it will just be like we are launching this server multiple times. Whatever configuration this server has now, the EC2 instance, the AMI launch will have it. All right, that's the last thing we're going to do, and we are going to be done for the day. So let me clear this. Clear. And so
Sorry,
create...
can you explain the last process I just mentioned?
Okay.
Trying to get a concept.
Okay. So we have installed our website on this EC2 instance. On the website, we've downloaded the application code is there. We've updated the env file for the credentials. Everything is there, right? So what I'm saying is that we will use this EC2 instance to create an AMI. AMI is like when we are launching an EC2 instance, when we say we'll select Amazon Linux 2023, that's an AMI, right? So
Like
we
a
use it
server? A server?
The AMI that we will use to launch the server.
Server, okay, yeah. Okay.
So we use this EC2 instance to create the AMI. So whatever was already on this EC2 instance, when we use it to create the AMI, will also be on the AMI. So if we now use this AMI to launch another EC2 instance, the EC2 instance would look identically to this one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. For high availability and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this just allows us to, it's more of like a resilient thing. So let's say this server goes down. Instead of me to SSH into my EC2 instance and start running all my commands to install my application and all that stuff, I already have an AMI that has everything installed on it. So I just use that AMI to launch another EC2 instance.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so here, thank you, Oluwole. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So here, we have an EC2 instance that's running, right? So that is our server that we've configured our site on. So we'll just select it here, and we are going to select actions and select image and templates, then select create image. You give the image a name. I want you guys to call it, you can call it dev nest AMI. So call it dev nest AMI, the name of the project. You can use the same name for the description, and we can reboot it, right? The reboot is just saying that what it will do is, because you know how information can be going into an EC2 instance dynamically all the time. So at the point of you creating the AMI, it will stop the EC2 instance to capture the final current state of that EC2 instance. Then it will now use it to create the AMI. So that's what this means. You can leave it check or uncheck. It won't hurt anything. So we'll scroll down here. Then we will tag our image. So here, type name. Make sure you use a capital N. You will see the name here. Then you paste the value here. And it's the same name we are giving the image, and we would make sure you leave it on tag image and snapshots together. Because when you create an image, it will create a snapshot. So click create image. It is now creating the image, right? You will see the image under AMIs. You can see the images here. It is the status of that image is pending. And we will wait for the status to be available. Then we'll just create our auto scaling group. I want to show you guys the auto scaling group part, and we'll delete our resource, and we are done for the day. Thank you guys for sticking around, and I hope you didn't get lost along the way. If you did, just try again. This dynamic application is the main thing you need to understand. The main thing you're most likely going to be doing at work. The study website we did last week was just to get started, right? The dynamic application is the main thing you need to understand. So the only troubleshooting we did so far was when we running that command for the database password. But it was also, I see it as like a good opportunity to teach, because since the command didn't work, I got to show you guys how to manually edit the file yourself. So you could have done, we could have done the VI and gone into that file and paste all those values ourselves. But to be more efficient, that's why I created the command. But if you want to edit the files yourself, that's how you manually edit it. So I got to show you guys that, which is cool. And I think the command failing is probably some limitations to EC2 today. I'm not sure what changed in Linux, but I'll check it and I'll let you guys know next week. Okay, let's see if this AMI is available. It's still pending. Wait for it to be available, and we would create our target group. Not our target group, we will create our launch template for the application load balance, for the auto scaling group, sorry. In the meantime, does anyone else have any question? All right. It always takes some time to create it. So it's probably because there's a bunch of stuff we configured on our application. So I'll give it some time. The only thing is because I needed to create the launch template, I would have just moved on to the launch template, but I need the AMI. Okay, if you replace the RGSTP value, come on. So you guys think, let me ask you guys, you guys think this is easy, hard? You guys feel encouraged, discouraged? What do you guys think? Because you would need to understand how to deploy a dynamic application. That's the main one you need to understand how to. Okay, my AMI is available. So once the AMI is available, you will see it under AMI, and you will see the snapshots up for it under snapshot. So you can see we tagged it together. So this is the snapshot for the AMI. So now we can create our launch template that auto scaling group will use. So here, select launch templates, create launch template, give the launch template a name. We'll call it dev next launch template. I'll use the same name for the description. And we will check this auto scaling guidance. Under launch template content for the application and OS, you are going to select my AMI. Then make sure you are on owned by me. And in here, you're going to see your AMI. Select the AMI you just created. So make sure you don't use the Amazon default AMI. You want to use the AMI we just created that has our website already configured on it. Then under instance type, it is going to be T2 micro. For key pair, we are not going to include in launch template. under network settings, for the subnets, we are not going to include in launch template. For the firewall, we are going to select an existing security group. And here we will select the Nest Web security group, right? The storage will be the same. And the tag, if you want to add a tag, you can add a tag, but we are not going to add a tag. Under advanced detail, you don't have to add a instance profile here because our site is already configured on the AMI. So we don't need to go and download anything anyway. Everything is already configured on the AMI. So that's why we are not adding it here. Then that's all we need. We'll click Create Launch Template and View Launch Template. So once we've created a launch template, now let's create our auto-scaling group. We'll select auto-scaling group here. Create auto-scaling group. We are going to select the auto-scaling group here and the name and paste it here. Then here, we are going to select our launch template. Click Next. Under, before I even do that, I'm going to stop my EC2 instance for now, right? Because the EC2 that we currently have, I'm not going to terminate it yet. I'm just going to stop it for now. This is the one we manually created. So I'm going to stop it. And when I stop it, you see my site will be down. My site is down. So I'm going to continue launching my auto-scaling group. Here, I'm going to select my VPC availability zone that the auto-scaling group will use. We are using dev private app AZ2 and dev private app AZ1. Those are the two subnets we will use. We'll click out and we'll leave this as default. Click Next. Under load balancing, we are going to attach to an existing load balancer and we are going to choose from load balancer target group, and here we'll select our target group. Then scroll down. We'll leave this as default. Application recovery, we'll leave this as default. Health check, we'll check the health check on the load balancer. So you can check this and check that. Then click Next. Group size, desired capacity, let's just leave it at 1. So that means how many servers do we want to launch now? We'll launch 1. And for the scaling limit, when our auto-scaling group is scaling down, how many servers do we want to scale down to? 1. And maximum capacity, when we are scaling up, how many servers do we want to scale to? We can put that at 2. Then automatic scaling is you can create your own scaling policy that says if the CPU utilization is this, remove this server or add server. So we are not going to do any of that, right? Because that's optional. And this, we'll just leave it on the default no policy. And this, will leave these settings as default. Click Next. On this page, when your auto-scaling group starts scaling up and down, if you want to get notified, this is where you enter, you create that notification, but we are not going to do that. Let's click Next. Tags, if you want to add tags, this is where you add tags. So this tag for the auto-scaling group, we don't need to add tags, so we'll just click Next. And here you can review and create auto-scaling group. So we are now creating the auto-scaling group. Now that the auto-scaling group is being created, if we go to the EC2 console, we will get a new EC2 instance shortly. And if everything is working perfectly, our site should also be up once the EC2 instance comes up. So let's wait for the EC2 instance first. There you go. You can see the EC2 instance, the auto scaling group created. So I'm just going to wait for it. And another thing is like, as the auto scaling group is creating that EC2 instance, it is also adding it to our EC2's application load balancers target group. So you can check the target group, right? Make sure the EC2 is there, right? So there's the other one we have, right? This target is stopped, right? That's the one with the previous one we have that we stopped. So we can deregister this, right? And the one you are seeing here is the one the one auto scaling group just launched. You can see it is healthy, right? If I refresh my site here, my site is back up. So we are pretty much done. That is, we are pretty much done. So we now have a site that is fully working. Just a second. Let's see. We now have a site that is fully working, and the auto scaling group is dynamically creating our EC2 instance. So if I was to go and terminate my EC2 instance here, if I terminate it, right? The auto scaling group will notice that that EC2 instance is down, and it is going to launch another one, because in my desired capacity, I said I want one EC2 instance to be running at all times. So it is going to spot that I don't have any EC2 instance running, and it is going to launch another one. Vice versa, if I go and launch two EC2 instance, it would see my desired capacity as 1, and it will just terminate one of it and just leave just one. So that's the job of the auto scaling group. So here I've terminated the EC2 instance. If I refresh here, just shortly another EC2 instance would come up. And give it a second. But in the meantime, does anyone else have any question?
Yes, I got a question.
Sure, right.
So, while the old or one of the instances is being terminated and the new one is being created, if anyone visit the site at that point in time, would there be a lag? I mean,
yeah, the site is down now, right?
Okay, yeah.
But there's ways we can do it where the site would not be down. So that's why because we are just testing, we're only using one EC2, right?
EC2, okay. So
right.
that's
So
where
so we will
that's where
have
container comes in, right?
no, that we can have multiple EC2 instances, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
that way, we can have multiple EC2 instances. So that way, not all of them will be down at the same time. So there will still be some that will be serving our site.
So they will be working simultaneously.
Yeah, exactly. So there will be. So if once is the one that is down, I will focus on recreating it.
Gotcha.
And there's also it's just because I abruptly just terminated it just to show you guys. But if auto scaling group is the one handling the creation of the server and removing the server, it would create another one for you before it remove the other one. Yeah, so the auto scaling group is just for backup in case if something happened to the server and it went down for some reason, the auto scaling group will launch it temporarily. In that moment, yes, your site can be down, but you can see that probably only took like 4 minutes. My site was down and it's back up again. So we are pretty much done. So let's just rush and I'll show you guys how to remove all the resources we just created. So the idea is if you want to delete all your resources, go in the order of how we created the resources. So the last thing we created here is auto-scaling group. So I'm going to delete that auto-scaling group. Yeah. Action, delete, delete. Then I'm going to delete the launch template. So go to the launch template, action, delete. Now type delete here. Then I'm going to delete the load balancer. Select load balancer. Select it here, action, delete load balancer, confirm. Then I'm going to delete the target group. Select it, action, delete, delete. Then we delete those 4. You don't have to delete your AMI. It doesn't cost anything. So leave your AMI there. Especially if you've done all this work and configure everything, leave your AMI, right? So this will remove the EC2 instance. We've already deleted this. So we are going to delete our RDS database. That's very important. So let's go to here. I'm going to RDS, right? Select there. I'm going to select the database instance. Select it, action, delete. For those that were following along, if you didn't finish the project and you don't want to, you still want to use the same RDS, you can stop it. So here, stop temporarily. But I think if you stop it, AWS will only stop it for a week. So make sure, because after that, they will just automatically start it all again. So please note that. But you can stop it for now. And then when you come back, you can continue with just the installing your server part. So I'm just going to terminate it. So I'm going to delete it. Here, I'm going to delete. So if you want to create a final snapshot, meaning that all the data we've migrated into the RDS, we want to create a snapshot of it, we can do that here. So I'm going to create a snapshot, and I'm going to not create an automated backup, and I'm just going to type delete me here and click delete. So it is now deleting that EC2 instance. And the snapshot we are creating, that will show other snapshots here. So what that snapshot does is, that snapshot just means that if you want to launch an RDS instance that already has your data migrate, if you can use that snapshot to launch an RDS that has your data migrate. It's the same way as the AMI. How can we update a new version of this application? The application, I'm not the one that wrote the code. So it's someone I got it from, so I probably have to reach out to him to update it. Is there anything you are trying to update on it? Because we're only just using it for deploy for learning purpose. Okay, so we are deleting that. So once that is done, I have to delete my database subnet group, but AWS don't charge you for that. But I need to delete the RDS before I can delete that. The IAM role and the secret, you don't have to delete that. AWS don't charge you for it. The EC2 instance connect endpoint. I don't think AWS charge you for that. I may be wrong. I'm not sure. But that one, you don't have to delete. So that one, I'll do a research on it, but AWS don't charge you for that. At least probably when you are not using it, they are not charging you for it. So we can leave the EC2 instance connect endpoint. The only thing we need to delete is the NAT gateway and the security groups. We're only deleting the security groups for cleanup. So when we work on the next project, we will create a fresh security group. So first, let's delete the NAT gateway. I'm just going to come here and type VPC here. and I'm going to select NAT gateways here. Select the NAT gateway, actions, delete NAT gateway, delete. Then we are going to, once the NAT gateway is fully gone, we would release the IP address we allocated. Oh yeah, so I just saw your comment. I didn't even realize. Yeah, that was why it wasn't showing, because I was filtering with running. Yeah. That is C2 instance for the auto scaling group. So I just wait for this to be fully deleted, then we will release the elastic IP, then we would delete the security groups. Oh, that was, you said, it's not a question. Oh, it was asked on an interview. How do you update to the new version of the application code, right? So it depends on where the application code is stored, right? So that's where CI/CD comes in. So in your CI/CD pipeline, right? In your CI/CD pipeline, if your application code is stored in S3 or like GitHub, your CI/CD pipeline can be triggered anytime a commit is made into either your S3 or your GitHub. So let's say we are storing it in GitHub. Anytime we commit, or this S3, for example, for this, anytime a new commit is made into that S3, that would trigger our CI/CD pipeline, which would go and pretty much run everything and restore everything. Yes, have like a webhook. We'll pretty much go through the stuff. So at that point, we will be in the automation part where we are using Terraform, pretty much maybe GitHub Actions or code build, something like that, that will pretty much do all the job for us. So the updating your application part will be very dynamic. It will just be the CI/CD will handle that. Okay. All right, so that's deleted. Then let's just release the elastic IP. Make sure you come to your elastic IP, select it, and actions, release elastic IP addresses. Then let's filter by our VPC, and you select security groups. The first one we'll delete is the database one. So select that this DB one, action, delete security group, delete. Then we would delete the data migrate server one. So select that one, action, delete security group, delete. I won't be able to delete the web server one because I just remember that I have an EC2 instance that's using the security group and I stopped it. Remember the EC2 instance I stopped. So I first need to terminate this EC2 instance. Then I can now delete the web server one. So here, delete. The reason why I'm not deleting all the security group at once is because some security group are depending on each other because we are referencing one security group in another. You have to delete the security group, the lowest one, meaning that in the database, it is referencing the ALB. Like this database is referencing the web server. So I can't delete the web server first because the data is going to say, oh, it's being used somewhere. So I have to first delete whatever is using it before I can delete the underlying one. So did I delete the web server? Yes. So now I can delete the ALB and delete the, since we are using the EC2 instance connect endpoint, we'll just leave that one. Let's not delete the EC2 instance connect endpoint. We'll leave that. So, and that's pretty much it. We are done for today. Thank you. Right. The only thing is the assignment. So here, you guys will see your assignment here, right? In your project asset, there is a Shopwise application code there. In the assignment folder, follow these guidelines to deploy the application. Pretty much, you have to deploy it using your own notes and memory, right? Whatever notes and notes you took from here and notes you took from your own knowledge, use that to deploy it. Try not to use the video, but deploy the next one we did today using the video. So try to complete that first. Check the knowledge check file. Make sure you understand everything on the knowledge check file. Then on the assignment, try to deploy that on your own. So that's pretty much it for today. Thank you, guys. Does anyone else have any question? Okay.
Thank you very much, Azeez.
No
It's
problem.
been quite interesting. Thank you for everything.
No problem. You're welcome. So
Thank you very much, Aziz.
You're welcome. You're welcome, everyone.
Thank you very much, Aziz.
Yes, you're welcome. So
Thank you so much.
yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Azeez. Thank you so much for the detailed information, and we are trying to best to actually complete the assignment and also with keep on our best to do the practice as much as I can. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, so you guys try to complete the assignment. The only hiccup we had today was just the password part, which I would do a research on why that is happening. The command works, is a good command. I just don't know why it is not working today. But it also showed you sometimes how you can narrow things down, troubleshoot. Because you saw my first step of to troubleshoot is I thought there was an issue with the instance. With the way I was running the command initially, I terminated the instance, I launched another one, and it's still the same thing. So I'll say, okay, I can see that all the other commands work, only this one didn't work, which is why I updated it manually. And we got our site to work. So you got to see troubleshooting part of it is you'll be troubleshooting majority of the time. It's not always every time the deployment just works 100%. There's always things like this that pops up. So I'm glad that happened. Yeah, you guys just try to do the work. I know is once you understand it, trust me, that's it. You understand it. And
Aziz, thank you for the knowledge you passed today. So how can I get to talk to you? The last time, I mean, I guess you're so busy, and I would like to discuss some things with you.
okay, I will call you right after class. I promise this time.
On Slack?
Yeah, on Slack.
Okay, I look forward to that.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Yeah, so that's it, guys. Your homework assignment is here. I see some people have been doing some people have turned in their assignment for one. If you are one of those people, thank you. I appreciate it. I checked it. It looks very, very nice. So you guys here, the link is in the assignment thing. You guys will see this is where you turn in your assignment. I have, oh, wow. Good job, guys. This makes me very happy. The last time I checked, it was like 3 people. Now it's like 10 people. That's very good. I'll make sure I check every single one. Well, you guys can see your name here. Thank you so much, guys. I'm very happy that you guys are taking it serious. So I've uploaded the folder for assignment 2 submission, so you guys can upload the assignment 2 here. I am checking it, so I do check it. So you guys, please do your best and upload it. It does make me feel like all the work I'm doing is not going to waste. But thank you. We are done for the day, and I would see you guys next week. So next week, maybe I would, because next week we will be working on Docker and Docker, ECS, right? The installation part, I really don't want to be doing the installation part in class. So most likely when I send you guys the information in your email, I would include the videos for all the things you guys need to have installed and ready to go for class. So you need to install Docker on your computer. And whatever else you need to install and configure, I'll let you guys, I'll put all those information on the video and I'll link you to the video you need to watch to install it. So guys, please make sure you install all that stuff. So that way we don't have to worry about doing any of that. We just focus more on the deployment because as you guys can see, just an ordinary deployment took 4 hours to do. So if we have to install everything, it might take 2 weekends to do it. And I want to limit it to 1 weekend. So, but I will link you guys to all the things you need to install for that project. Okay. And that's it. I'm done for the day. Thank you guys. Have a good weekend and I'll see you next
Thank
week.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
Indica,
you.
Thank you.
you're welcome. You're welcome. Indica, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. So yes, try to do the assignment. But thank you for your feedback. I appreciate it. All right. Have a good weekend, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, Aziz.
Bye.